Welcome to the grand return of Mario Maker 2 to the Summer Games Done Quick Relay Race, a format that I think was not present last year. Last year, I believe they just had a troll showcase or a glitch showcase of some sort, but it was sorely missed that the SGDQ relay race tradition had taken a break. And so, as usual, when the event does go on, we're going to afterwards play the official releases of the levels as a full batch after the fact. As a batch of levels that are run in the relay format, this year we have 11 levels to get through, and they are tuned to be cleared by teams of 4 super experts live within about an hour and a half or so. There was one level that I think they did not complete, and one where it was a bit of a buzzer beater, where they hit completion right at the 8-minute mark. We'll see how much we can get through today. In the past, I have been able to do it in one sitting, but then the last time in 2023, there was one level uncleared in the relay that took us about 2 hours, and another level uncleared in the relay that took us about 4 hours, and so we ended up splitting everything over about 3 sessions or so, which was, I think, evidence of why we ourselves are not part of the SGDQ running crew. Regardless, we're going to take a look at 11 levels, most of them hopefully today, that are by a selection of makers that are all pretty recognizable as having been regulars of either this event or other maker projects in the past. And we're going to begin that with this level here, a music level by Sasha, who is not only a very prolific music maker, but also somebody who is very adept at the kind of technical and engineering side of the game. And this is going to be Comatose, a song by Glass and Beach, and that's going to be our opener. So let's get in there and take a look. It's going to music auto scroll. And I'm just going to flub this immediately because we didn't run right to bounce on the descending junior over here. Why am I... Oh, I'm just accidentally jumping out of that. I did have a brief look at some of the levels on stream. Oh, we should have twirled and then spin. You don't really need a twirl to make that, I suppose, but it depends on your positioning over junior. No, jump and then twirl, yeah. So, in spite of the fact that I did kind of casually observe some of this on stream, we didn't do so very carefully, and so, as far as our playing is concerned, it's going to look a bit like Blind Read, and I totally mishandled that, didn't I? Because things are going by pretty quickly here, and I'm absolutely not warmed up. Okay, what is up with that P-switch? Why do we need to hit it? Anyway, we do need to spin out of this and then throw after that. I didn't see what the P-switch was actually useful for, but we'll see. Get a good look at it. Oh, I see. It's just to ease up your entry into dry bones, because those are always a bit of a problem when it comes to the shell entry. That's actually a nice little quality of life feature, actually. That's the P pickup and then the P drop afterwards. It means that you don't have to fix the accuracy of your drop into the bone shell by letting go of the dash button, which is something we often forget to do. And yeah, Electric Dude, of course, just explained that as well. You're saying it's probably to get into the bone shell without some weird button input. Yeah, usually I find that it's just a matter of letting up on a dash, but then I always die to that a few times before I remember to do it. Because otherwise, entering the bone shell is very finicky. And that's a really neat little quality of life accommodation. Let's not tap right until we're out of this little precision drop here, where we just need to bunch up against a wall. Just getting settled in. I don't think anybody watching this actually had that much of a good look at it, because I believe that little curbs actually one-shot this level on stream. Whoops. I'll jump over here. We'll jump up, and then that's already up to the door, so it's actually pretty gentle. Okay. That's okay, we just need to get settled in a little bit. And then let up there. Good. Yeah. And then the camera is going to go gentle on us here, and then we'll just continue past this point. Shell throw, yeah. And then we should not have stopped that. We need to have that cut through all the way. Hang on. Let's take a look. Oops. I also completely forgot to jump or rather dump the code in the chat. Let me just do that quickly. And see if I can actually copy and paste here. There we go. And I'll just pin these as we go. As we go level by level, so people can actually find everything accordingly. And let's not accidentally restart at the checkpoint, as we so often do. And no, we just need to fall down on a Goomba, actually. Well, unless we're just a bit late there. We'll see. I feel like we're overshooting that with a jump, but a couple of things were positionally a bit weird for me. No, we do need a little bit of a jump there, and then we'll just try to land on the P block marker on the other side and fix our accuracy a little bit. Oh, nope. Didn't get a high bounce on it. And we just need to drop down on that accurately to continue. And just overshooting a little bit as we jump off screen. But we'll fix that. Go.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, we just need to adjust our spacing there on jump off screen a little better than we have. Just a matter of estimating distance.
Oh no!
Yeah, because of when I go off screen, I tend to second guess my landing there. We'll try to fix that up. There we go. This is stop. Oh, spin.
Oh no!
I noticed that was a spin just as I jumped. Nope, I accidentally hit the shell. We just slowed down there for some inscrutable reason. And, yeah, one moment, let me just get this back in order. Yeah, it looks like a totally innocuous jump, but you do have to understand your spacing and momentum pretty well. Coming off of this Goomba here to just land it directly, and then Let that go, and then there we are. That's the exit out of this section. And triple jump. Oh, whoops. And then, yeah, that's going to be a pickup. We just didn't get the high jump off the jump block there, so... Whoops. And then, yeah, I just prematurely jumped off the icicle after doing the drop on the bomb. We did read it accurately, we just executed poorly. With a bit of an adjustment jump on the icicles that was really not necessary. Oh, oops. Let's twirl after we get off the platform there and not spin jump before. Triple jump here, there we go. And then, again, we don't want to fall off and twirl at a more accurate position. And then a spin over the swamp. And we have another triple jump sequence after that. This is one of those levels where some of the jumps do line up with the music on the beat. It seems like if you do it accurately, you should be doing the level in time. That was too late a release. Kind of a good match for that triple jump rhythm, in fact. And there we go, that's the exit. SGDQ, and we're not speedrunners, so we can afford to take our time here getting onto the flag for the big ICG. Thank you for the GG. Let's take a look at the second one in the set. Also, Mr. Electrodude's reason for getting up so early, as he always does. Let me just punch in the code for the director's cut here, which I'll grab in a moment. So yeah, apparently the original version of this level was pared down somewhat for the purposes of pacing in the relay race. So this is going to be the full maker's cut here of heavy lifting upon request from Mr. Electrodude, who also is here to witness our efforts in this in the chat. I don't know if you've had a chance to watch this one streamed apart from privately by any playtesters so far, but we'll take a look at this and see how it goes. Let me just pin this one so we have the code available for everyone to share. If Twitch chat will actually let me, which is always a bit of a fussy thing about their interface. There we go. And let's take a look. Things can only go up from here. The long version. So there will be a part of this that we have definitely not witnessed before. And so yeah, it's going to be thwomps pushing the big buzzy shells, and we ride them across with slightly better jumps than I've been showing. I don't know why I'm still in the mindset of thinking I can do the swirl like we can in SMB, but obviously that's not the case. We'll just need to aim our bounces a little bit better here as we get up over the ledge. It feels like I'm going to land in that second slot a bit late, but I'm sure the timing will fix itself if we just get over the hump. Yeah, we really need to kind of lean right. We'll see, I'm not quite hitting it. Once we kind of get this consistently, we'll hopefully not have so much trouble on the first jump. And yeah, again, I'm backing off a little bit too much. I keep thinking that the shell is going to be late to catch me, and it's not, but it does mean that I'm not aiming this well. It's okay. We'll just tank the clear rate for a bit and then try to lean all the way over. Nice full jumps if we can. We'll just hold into it. Let's do this is slightly painful. Yeah, there's probably something I'm just very much missing here. This is slightly painful. Just think about how Mario feels. Whoops. Okay. We should just edge along it a second time, shouldn't we? Or, well, no, we shouldn't. We should follow the coins. But then there's a spin that has to happen over the spiny, right? So aren't we supposed to then do the second jump and then that gives us the bounce, maybe? Yeah. But then the spike, there we go. You'd think that I actually watched this on stream at some point, but clearly our memory is not the best. There we go. Yeah, that looks a lot more intuitive. With spike to help us out here. And then we need to do the shell grab behind. And then bounce up, and then there's going to be a throw after that. There we are. Imagine actually watching the interactive elements in the level. And doing the central concept here. So yeah, we need to try to bunch up against one-way panels and then back up. Out of that. Okay. Now we're reading this properly, somewhat. Yes, the entire concept of the level here, trying to make use of that spike. Let's throw a bit more accurately. And I wonder why we went for that. Maybe my throw was just not where it had to be. I don't know. Well, let's take a look at that properly. Forward and then bounce up here. Why do I think that we can do that? Oh yes, there's another shell that's being loaded down there. So we go for the right side first. I guess. Whoops. There we are. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, we just didn't do the throw properly earlier, it seems, because you don't throw towards the one-way panel. You throw at the marker. As the coins seem to tell you, you do go to the lower pit first. We're just throwing it a little bit high. That's much better. And then whenever we see the spikes, we have an opportunity to do that. The stump comes up. A stump seems to tell us that we have an opportunity to switch over to a spin. We'll let the level do the juggling and just try to survive it. Oh, whoops. Yeah, because that's kind of double stacked. You have the spike come up first and the stump's going to come up second. And you just need to watch the juggle. Whoops. Okay, we'll just get over here. And spin over this way and then up pipe. Of course, we need to get off the spike accurately at the posted location first. Okay. Right on that spot, and then didn't even need to cling on the divine. There we go. Second section. Now let's juggle some bombs. As the thwomp pushes it into position to get us to launch on the spike. Yeah, very interesting mechanic. That the contact that's being made on the right side does that full launch on the spike that's been loaded on the left side. There's going to be a spin, obviously. Then we have a series of spins under the one-way panel, trapping you under the ceiling with a thwomp, I think. Oop. A little bit late there. Yeah, and look at that very subtle repositioning that happens as well. Let's get to the spike first, then we'll talk about the subtle repositioning that happens with the seesaw and the thwomp here. Whoops, and then kick that up. Yeah, because we need to kick it quickly enough for the thwomp to get a bomb crush on the right side. And let's get the spike first for timing reasons. And try not to forget. Oh, nope, too late. Yeah, that's supposed to hit, and then you need a thwomp to do a little bit of loading as it goes through. Fun fact, this has been sitting in your core spot since 4YMM. I was about to say that it's kind of reminiscent of some other concepts that I've seen from you, of course. Notably the ones where you have a lot of juggling around spike balls, and to some extent even some of the Yoshi courses where you bounce back and forth or run back and forth and have a lot of mechanisms that juggle objects to the right places around you. Now we need to get up onto the bomb. For the bomb, then we head right. It didn't fit for that, but for this more Kaizobi event, you're saying it works perfectly. Yeah. And that's going to get a crush. Very nice. That was not it. That was something we'll need to fix. We'll just spin off the right side of the thwomp. Oh, let's not do that. But yeah, glad to see that you finally had a good reason to finish this and turn it into something even more complete than what the GDQ runners got to see. So yeah, it's going to be a hop on that bomb to kick it to the right. That's what the arrow is telling me. We need to do that ahead of the thwomp. Let's, again, remember to spike before it starts throwing snowballs everywhere in celebration of not being jumped on. Okay, there we go. Nice little ejection there. We get on the Buzzy, and then there's going to be another launch here in just a moment. I'd love to pay more attention to the mechanism here and talk about it, but we are playing the level at the same time. But yeah, it's kind of neat that it does do that sort of infinite weight launch that you get from the thwomp making contact. Even though you've got the side thwomp here pushing on the side. And pushing the heavy object over to get the initial tilt. Let's get the spike again. Very easy to just be on autopilot here and not stay in position like we're supposed to. Nope, a bit late in that. You're saying there's also some other niche tech? Yeah. Let's try to identify some of that as we go, but... Oh! No, that's fine. No, except we still need to thwomp, but because, yeah, we kicked the bomb the wrong way. You're saying niche tech like removing the spring from the thwomp to make it go faster? If I have a chance to actually see that, I will. But yeah, the timing is quite delicately put together as always. We just need to make sure we get the right side kick and everything here. Oh, and then hang left. Tap that and forward. And yeah, the bomb was landing a little bit far to the left to begin with. And we see some kind of secondary stack down below in that area as well, although we'll expect lots of things bouncing up and down. Whoops. Okay. That bounces up and then we just jump over to the right side and then it's time for us to catch another shell by the looks of it. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Oh, I see. That's where the thwomp is, that sudden acceleration. Right. What you meant was removing the parachute effect there, right? By having it make that initial contact. Whoops. Yeah, removing the parachute, rather. I didn't get a very good look at it, but we'll get back there and see what happens. Yeah, we made sense of what you meant eventually. It all works out in the end. Yep, because here's where it accelerates, and you get up here, jump to the right, pick up. And it looks like I'm supposed to fall towards the big buzzy to the left, but I did not plan for that at all, so we'll see how it goes. Whoops. Okay, let's tap this. No, we don't want to release that yet, obviously. We wanted to bounce first. Spike first. We'll eventually read that properly. There we go. Land, and then jump. Right, and then this is supposed to give you the little trap there. Let's try to make it. Chris Money Slayer, welcome back, and Once again, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Hope you've been doing well yourself. Oh, whoops. I was trying to pick that up, but we landed a bit too far to the right. But yeah, doing well here. Just on the second of 11 levels in this set that we're covering today, which debuted today on the Summer Games Done Quick stream. Oops. Yeah, you're supposed to tap the shell in the correct position, obviously, in order to launch it to the right place for a continuation. And let's do that. There we go. And then what about the stump here? Oh, no, you're supposed to stand in position for the mole, and then it seems like the stump up top is going to slide into a position to get you a pipe entry after that, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look. That's a nice little, nice little exit mechanism there with everything going up. Here's Money Slayer, you're all right. You're just getting ready to go to Tennessee. What is there rather to be nervous about with going to Tennessee? Are you playing on the Nashville stage, or? Well, whatever the reason, I hope the trip goes well. And let's hop over here. I'll catch up on your message in just a moment when I have a chance to read. You just get nervous with going on big trips with your family, especially for the first time. I see, yeah. As in just traveling to a new place for the first time, or just in general when you have a big family travel event? Electro Dude, you were saying something about Memphis, Tennessee. I don't quite know what you want to suggest about it, so you might have to ruin the joke by explaining it, but we'll get there. While we're popping on bombs. Yeah, I've been trying to get a good look at that mechanism with the parachute being peeled from the thwomp here, probably because of the way it makes contact with that wall with exactly the right timing. But then it doesn't bounce back. It does get the continuation with the way it springs forward. I see, yeah, so that's what a spring there is for, isn't it? That you continue the forward motion of the thwomp, but you have it peel the parachute by making contact where it would normally reverse. Yeah, so you don't know which part of Tennessee you're going to, you're saying? There's going to be a water park involved. Well, hopefully it turns out to be fun. Oop. Oh, nope, overshot that a little bit. You're supposed to bounce back on a shell. Oops. Let's pay attention. Jump on this part here and kick. Nope. Still too late on the release, I think. We need to throw that as it's going up so you can get the bounce. I mean, you know perfectly well how I am with reading throw markers, so... yeah, we didn't even make contact with the icicle drop on the right side that time. That was the issue. Didn't get in close enough. It's the positioning of the coins telling you to go there. Okay. There we go, and then the stand in position for the mole. And a stump. There we go. That's the exit. You don't plan on getting into water because you can't swim. Yeah. That, whoops, would be a pretty serious limitation. Whoops. Oh, let's actually spin jump here. And then on a spike again, obviously, so you get over that hump. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Nope, that's supposed to be a throw to the left. Then after the back throw, you get a shell landing on the double coins there. But yeah, Electro Dude, I suppose the necessity of having swimming lessons is going to depend quite a bit on geography sometimes. Whoops. Lost a bit of momentum over here. There we go. And yeah, a little bit to the right there. Yeah, spin was actually correct there. I was spinning a bit on an impulse. We're almost at the exit here. We just need the bomb to get that push. So it's actually a pretty simple segment. We just need to read it a bit more accurately. And yeah, that was correct. That is a spin. And then there we go. Out, and then there's more. And then the shell kicked me up a little differently than what I was expecting, but that's okay. We'll just get back in there. It's not too hard to get back to that location. Oh, whoops. Missed a back throw. Yeah, Mr. Electro Dude, I was actually just having this conversation with someone a few days ago about... Well, I couldn't remember if admission to MIT still had a swimming requirement. Well, not admission, but, you know, once you're admitted, they do traditionally, or did have a swim test because there was some kind of major historical incident with a student succumbing to the Charles River. I don't know if they still do that, or if they kind of adjusted or relaxed the requirement for accessibility reasons. But that's one notable case I can think of. You know, even if you're studying something that's completely swimming unrelated, as would usually be the case with whatever technical education you're getting at MIT. But... whoops. Yeah, Chris Money Slayer, you tried a few times, but you kept on slipping and falling and was scared you were going to drown. Yeah, the thing is that, you know, if one is accustomed to being in the water, it's very easy to lose perspective on how scary it is to be in the water if you're familiar with what you're doing. That a lot of incidents with nautical safety are just, you know, often as a result of panic. I was supposed to get a throw here, and then I was supposed to land on that for a jump. Yeah, Electro, you're telling me that in the Netherlands you have basic swimming instruction from the 3rd and 4th grade? Yeah. I mean, that comes with being in a historically significant seafaring nation, I guess. But yeah, I remember having kind of a mix of basic school level instruction combined with sort of separately scheduled swimming lessons that were outside of a school context. Kind of half and half. I don't know, because the whole sort of funding and support structure or certification structure changes for that kind of thing every couple of years, it seems, so depending on the country you're in. I don't tend to get in the water very much, but whoops. Well, you're supposed to land something there in order to get that. I'm totally misreading it. Or maybe my timing or my throw is off and we're not setting that up the way it's supposed to look. Yeah, nice little double bouncer on that. That's how it's supposed to look. SGDQ. GG. Yeah, I can see that it's the section layout for the ending was a little bit different here with the way that things were built into the subworld. One of the things I noticed on the GDQ stream was that everybody just ran past the question block on the queue just to wrap up the level and hit the goal quickly, but also, you know, I guess in that position you're going to get a little defensive about a fish dropping on your head or something, so... Not that you would do it, but they don't know that. Anyway, thank you for that. My pleasure to play it, Electric Dude. Welcome Samuel as well. The SGDQ version actually did have a fish. Okay. Well, you see, nobody saw it, right? Because I was looking at that question block and thinking, well, first of all, they want to get to the goal, but are they avoiding it because they expect a fish? Maybe I know you better than I thought. But we'll never know. I mean, I guess you do have the SGDQ version that's also separately uploaded here. And perhaps that has the fish, but... There we go. Let's get on to the next level. Thank you for the GGs once again. And... Electric Dude, you were saying... That's SFW... Diagonal thwomp setup. A safe for work diagonal thwomp setup. Oh, I see. As in one that doesn't get nuked by Nintendo. Unlike other diagonal thwomps we've seen in the past. Well, glad to have that context, and once again, glad to have you here live for one of your levels for the first time in quite a long time, actually. So, you're saying it's funky and expensive in terms of entity budget, you mean? But really funny. Yeah, I wish I could have had a bit more attention that I could pay to the setups themselves, because some of them were really quite interesting from a maker perspective, but we were rather busy jumping. Let's move on to the next one, which is going to be sauce powders. Took me a while to hunt this one down, because I didn't realize until I looked at the stream closely that this was on his third account, SaucePow 3. Last year, he was still on SaucePow 2. This must be a very new account, because I think even the... Well, SaucePow Cubed as opposed to SaucePow Squared. Because, yeah, very, very prolific maker. As you can see, this just got started back in March. I knew the previous account was still active in 2025, and so it surprised me that he was already this far in. Oh, there's an extended version, too. I didn't realize that. We should just do it. Since it's here. And I'm going to change the code, actually, to get the maker's cut on this one. Just let me jot this down so I can also paste it in the chat. We should actually check for this stuff, in case there are other instances of it, because I wouldn't have thought to check. Unless I did what I just did and very luckily just decided to talk about his profile. Yeah, I'll let you do. Let me know if there were any other ones that were cut, because we'll try to run as many director's cuts as we can. And I'll just try to... some of the message thing here. There we go. And try to get the code in. Yeah, okay. Of course we'll do the extended edition. Why not? Since I know it exists. Yeah, because obviously in the relay format there's a certain need to pace things accordingly and try to make sure you don't have too much uncleared content dangling at the end. And then we need to, of course, keep the big mushroom. That means it's going to be a bomb kick. Through this sequence, I think. Let's see. And then short bounces to get over here. And then we'll launch the boot down. You think this is the only other extended upload? Okay. Well, we'll see it. Need a little better positioning here. It is supposed to be a short bounce. We just lost some of our forward motion. Nope. Need to tap that a bit more accurately. Once we get it down, we'll hopefully be a bit more consistent. And then it's going to be a high bounce off the third one. We just missed it. And then it's going to be the usual kind of P jump, style jump off the stump jump, as it were. Always feels like a P-switch jump to me, so whoops, we need to launch the boot, of course, get into boot, jump out of the boot on the other side, no doubt. Yeah, it's going to be short, whoops, I was about to say short, short, and long, but we'll fix it up as we go. And then we need a better jump off of that to catch the boot. Oops. Bad positioning there. We need to really hang right on that and get under the spike. I didn't feel like I was catching the boot at a very good position, but we'll try to fix things up as we go. Oh, too high. The coin, there was just from the ice coin, right? Nothing else to it. Whoops. Yeah, it's the ice coin dropping the stump just for the time pressure, so we don't really need to pay attention to it. Don't like my positioning there. In terms of where we're catching the boot. So we'll just try to fix that up and find out how to do it cleanly and have as much momentum as we can getting into this kick here, because obviously we do need the big mushroom to be here for crushing these blocks. Whoops. Samuel, you were saying earlier you saw that Kelly's level also had a diagonal flop setup? Yeah. I need to catch the spring first of all. We'll keep an eye out for it when we get that far. Whoops, lost too much momentum here. We really do need to have that left to right swing getting into the boot. There we go, much better. Yeah, and we have that sort of initial bounce that's going to be out of our control when it comes to the big mushroom. Picking blocks, where it's going to do the tiny bounce, and we just want to maintain momentum out of that. Whoops. Yeah, like I said, we'll see how much of the set we get through today. was kind of expecting at least 2 streams for this one. Especially after having a glimpse of that big red boy level near the end that went uncleared. When we did the 2023 set, it was that Josh Bones level with the don't land condition that took me about 4 hours to get through. And the thing is, I looked over my video footage of it, and it doesn't even look that hard when you do it. When you have accomplished it. Because there's so much technical work and so much practice that it took to get to that point of not tripping on every single thing. And it's a very deceptive level that way. Samuel, random question. What do you think are some of the best video game soundtracks of all time? Samuel, do you not come here very much when Electrodude and I just talk about Xenoblade Chronicles as a series on a whole? Because anyway, I have followed video game music for as long as I've been following video games, so I have a lot of answers to that. But for this particular audience on this particular stream, let me tell you about our Lord and Savior Yasunori Mitsuda. And whose work, of course, I was, like many people, first familiar with via Chrono Trigger, which, by the way, is also very much a part of this discussion. Oops. Yeah, you're saying Deltarune as well. I have not looked at Deltarune at all, but it was very obvious to me when I played Undertale, very casually, when it came out about a decade ago, that Toby Fox's background was as a composer. I could kind of hear that immediately. In terms of some of the nuances of what he was doing with the Undertale soundtrack. Samuel, I've been kind of casually going through DKC2 off-stream again this week, just sort of in anticipation of a certain banana-themed game to come. And yeah, you're quite right about that as well. With David Wise's soundtrack to the Donkey Kong Country series. It's very iconic in its own right. Okay, let's try to get this straightened out. I just haven't really had the correct spacing and momentum for that drop. Now, the thing about that spring drop is that it drops when you hit the on-off switch, and so you should have a very reliable kind of timing with the on-off switch down to breaking the question block, and we're just not hitting it correctly yet in terms of the momentum. There we go. That's a lot better. Then kick, kick, and then there should have been a high bounce off the second one. I was thinking maybe I had room for one more. Yeah, Samuel, Earthbound... The soundtracks to Earthbound, Chrono Trigger, and to some extent maybe Final Fantasy VI as well, were what got me into JRPGs in the first place. I actually sort of discovered JRPGs as a genre because of the soundtracks. Because I was hanging around the very early stages of the video game music remix scene when it was very new, when it was mostly just, you know, people on OC Remix doing midis, and before you really had a lot of people starting to record full arrangements with their own instruments. And in and around the remix scene at a time, that's where a lot of people who eventually became full-time game composers actually kind of worked on their craft. It was on another site back in the day, VG Mix, which was where Jake Kaufman kind of got his start. And we're very fond of his work on games like Shovel Knight, for instance. Okay, there we go. And you have to... Oh, we need to escort that, because otherwise you don't hit the on-off switch and you get stuck here. So we actually needed to do an additional bounce, because we had the soft landing on the second question block, and we need to stomp it. That was just something I misread a little bit there. Starting to be a little more consistent about the spring, at least. So, second bounce onto Mecha. Okay, that's correct, except we need to hit all of these question blocks to get the boot. And then it'll be another shell. Yeah, Mr. Electro Dude, he worked on Shantae as well. That's right. I never played Shantae 4, so I didn't know what the soundtrack situation was with that, but I did play the one on 3DS. Pirate's Curse is the one that I played. But yeah, it's been really interesting to me to see just video games come, or rather video game soundtracks continue to become so prominent, and the whole scene around playing video game music, considering its general popularity, to still be such a vibrant ecosystem. Because you get some really good musical talent in the space nowadays. Just, you know, just as a function of more people doing it, more people growing up with it, that performance of video game music is better than it has ever been. There was a really good video about this that I do want to recommend. That was by Adam Neely, who's a very prominent music YouTube documentarian. Because he made a video documentary, it was about half an hour, I think, about a year or two ago, I want to say, that was about video game music as the new standard songbook, in a way that historically a lot of the sort of common practice material for jazz musicians improvising together would be songs from old musicals, old films, that were current at the time that jazz was at its peak of prominence into popular consciousness, around the 40s and 50s, say. You know, they were drawing material from popular cinema all the time. Well, today's popular music that kind of has enough material to work with as a common language for improvising musicians is video game music, and it's something that younger generations of musicians know very well, but not everybody has totally caught on to yet. Just how very versatile it is as jam session material with people that you've never actually met, and that you're seeing in a jam session for the first time. The point of comparison that I like to make is that with Koji Kondo's music for the Mario series and Zelda and for a lot of Nintendo productions onwards, for instance, because his style and his harmonic language was very much drawn from ragtime and early jazz in particular, that for younger audiences is actually kind of their biggest public exposure to that sort of tonal space and musical language, in the same way that for a generation earlier, Vince Guaraldi's music for Charlie Brown would have been, for instance. That, you know, if you have younger audiences growing up with the language of jazz without realizing what it is, what they're picking up is the form and the harmonic vocabulary of Super Mario. But we could go on all day about this stuff. And yeah, we're supposed to pop that and then let him to boot, it seems. Yeah, as Document was saying, thanks for having good taste, Samuel. But yeah, absolutely legendary soundtrack on Earthbound. But yeah, like I said, on those old video game remix sites, like where composers like Jay Kaufman used to hang out, I did used to have some Earthbound music there. I've since lost track of it. I've actually gotten inquiries from people before trying to figure out where some of the old tracks went, because a lot of that stuff is buried deep down in archival web dumps somewhere, and I kind of lost a lot of the masters and original data long ago, but of course, you know, it's not work that I'm necessarily proud of now anyway, in terms of just the level of achievement at the time, but it was kind of interesting to look back on. That was some of the raw material that I was working with when I was dipping my toe in that particular sector. I also have to plug the new Nintendo Music app here, which, I mean, all of you in Mario Maker, you have your online subscriptions and everything, so you're probably already plugged into that, but I've been very pleasantly surprised with the quality of the Nintendo Music app. It's actually my most used music player these days. I have it going with something nearly every day. The curation organization, it's way better than I ever expected from a Nintendo mobile app, given some of their mobile companion apps in the past being a little bit iffy. That's very well put together. And the kind of thing where you can absolutely see why they insisted on doing it their own way. Essentially, you have to hit that pound with a big mushroom, and that one too. Instead of just dumping everything of theirs onto Spotify or some other existing service. Just in terms of having everything well organized too, and you know, properly edited for looping purposes, which is something that you don't always get off of the various audio rips on YouTube channels. Still not a very complete library. It doesn't have Xenoblade yet, for instance, but we'll get there. But yeah, like a lot of people, I was first introduced to Earthbound by way of Super Smash Bros. Melee. But it was the soundtrack that really caught my attention. Yeah, Samuel, you're saying you would be fiending over a Kirby Superstar record if they had it. One of the first Kirby soundtracks that they put on the Nintendo service was actually Star Allies, and I totally see why. It's really quite gorgeous. And it was a landmark soundtrack in that, you know, it had so much material recurring from throughout the series, so it makes for a good sort of anthology soundtrack as well, but with live instruments in some cases for the first time. So it's not surprising to me that that would be the one that they were very proud to show off right from the start. Oh, too early. Document, you somehow got Earthbound free with a Nintendo Power subscription. Yes, but did you get it as the kind of full box with the scratch and sniff stickers and the manual that goes for however many $100 on eBay nowadays? I mean, I guess that's how they released it, right? With the huge box. So, yeah. But yeah, you're quite right about the tonal variety on the soundtrack. It's a bit of everything. And really speaks to the whole eclectic nature of that game aesthetically, just as a whole. Okay. And didn't get enough momentum there for the exit. We kind of tripped over the corner on the last POW. It's kind of interesting to look at JRPGs of that era and how you would have these musical segments that are there basically for the composer to show off a bit more of their versatility and add a bit of flavor to the world. You have, so I'm thinking of things like the Runaway 5 performance in Earthbound, but it's very much of a piece of things like, you know, how Final Fantasy VI had the big opera sequence. And Chrono Trigger would have the saloon piano and just little touches like that that really complete a game soundtrack. Samuel, you never actually played Earthbound. Well, you know, it's right there on Nintendo Switch Online. One thing I want to stream at some point, by the way, is the English fan translation of Mother 3. We really don't think that Nintendo is just going to release it in English at this point. They've got so many chances to prove otherwise, and so I think it'll be quite some time before we see an official release from them. So I've had the fan translation ROM sitting around for ages. I think I have the latest revision of it. It's been revised a few times and expanded. But we should run Mother 3 on stream at some point, because that's another one where, you know, I think at this point, particularly with Lucas having been a presence in Smash for so long, that people are also more aware of the soundtrack than the game itself. Unless you've gone out of your way to seek it out. Oops. Nope, lost momentum there. And yeah, we don't want to trip on this corner here. We want to get a nice high bounce off the shell. And that's the exit. Yeah, and Electro Dude, you were saying you played 4 of the Toho games. I mean, the way you've explained it to me, that Toho as a series is such a sort of widely used brand across many genres because they're fairly loose about who gets to use the license, right? So, seems like it would be quite an undertaking to actually play a series like that completely, given that it's fairly loose about what is official content. Whoops. Document, I can profess that Earthbound holds up very well. Actually, it's been a long time since I've last played it myself, but like I said, it was a latecomer to JRPGs. I didn't play the Super Nintendo JRPGs during the Super Nintendo era. I kind of caught up on them when I caught up on video game music a few years later. Around the GameCube era, I want to say. But yeah, Earthbound is really absolutely fascinating. I feel like in terms of whether JRPGs feel dated from that era, that there's a pretty noticeable jump when you start having games where you don't just have random battles appear as a flash from off-screen out of nowhere. So once you get into Earthbound and Chrono Trigger in particular, where you have battles be something that you can anticipate on the map, that's something that feels like a big jump in some ways in terms of how modern they feel. Of course, occasionally you have some retro JRPGs that still have the old style of how random encounters pop up. If you look at, Octopath Traveler or Bravely Default, or games like that. But I've always found that old style random battle to be always a little bit of an interruption. I guess Pokemon has it too when you're in the tall grass where you just run into stuff. But I've always preferred being able to actually see things on the map. Let me just take a moment here to reorient myself. And I'll catch up on your stories in chat in just a moment. Mr. Electrodude, you're saying you had a presentation night with friends and you made a whole presentation about liminal spaces. In terms of, like, more of a fictional context, in terms of, encounters along the borderlines, or in the just more general sense? Yeah, document. That sounds fantastic. I wish I still had presentation night, where everybody just gets to talk about something they want to talk about. Actually, I do know some people who do that on some Discord groups with video calls. Like, I am aware of some people who still do that. Mostly people who kind of knew each other in person, but then sort of had to find new ways of connecting online during COVID. People who know each other from traveling to things like literary conventions and such, where, they decided to just have their own little Discord group radio show on a semi-regular basis. Do little 10-minute talks about their interests. I'm not part of that group myself. I do know people who do that, though, and they get some pretty eclectic interests that are represented. I mean, I guess Twitch is my equivalent of that. That when we have viewer levels, it's essentially our own form of show and tell. Except you folks do the making and I just do the talking. But yeah, that sounds like a great thing to have set up with a friend group. Okay, there we go. Finally through the gate, and then we are finally at checkpoint. So lots more to go. We had to get off before the muncher comes down, and then onto the shell on the other side. Oops. Samuel, you're saying you love a good liminal space. Have I heard about non-spaces? I haven't watched the YouTube channel you're talking about, so I'm not exactly sure what you're getting at, but we'll maybe recognize it conceptually if I did take a look at that. And Electrodude, you're saying that in that last session, one person explained the entire Marvel universe, one person gushed about random games, one person ranted about a local public transport system. Very necessary. Somebody has to push on that. Okay. We need to really get a better bounce off of that question block break onto the spring that's falling down. Don't quite know what I'm doing wrong with it yet, but we hit. And then, okay, yeah, we just need to straighten that out and then get the momentum to do a stump jump off of this. Yeah, Electro Dude, I know nothing about Lethal Company, so you'll have to explain to me how it's liminal and solo. Whoops. I was thinking more in terms of things like how you have this state-switching, boundary-crossing motif in a lot of things like the Zelda games, for instance. And I know, Electro, that you said you haven't played that much of Zelda as a series, so you probably don't know which examples I'm getting at, but... Whoops. 3 bounces? Oh, that was actually accurate. No, I was supposed to hit that on the way over, wasn't I? Well, that was actually a pretty big segment for a blind read. Got through a big chunk. Okay, good. Finally got that down a bit more accurately. Nope. Bounce to the right, but it's going to be 3 bounces, it seems. And yeah, Electro Dude, you're saying alien abandoned environments and nonsensical backrooms-esque interiors. Which always makes me think specifically of Portal, by the way. That I think the sort of late segment of Portal where you go backstage is always a big moment for players seeing it for the first time. Oops. Electro, you might come back to this later, but for now you've got to go. Yeah, thank you for joining us for your own level. You knew it was coming, but you saw it. We'll see how much further we can get. What's set today? We'll almost certainly have to split it into 2 streams, I think, but it's just my estimate. Argument, you could talk about Portal at the next presentation day. That would be great. It's too bad the game shares, or rather game chat's screen sharing functionality on Switch 2 has such a low frame rate to it, because I feel like it's quite possible just sort of built into the Switch 2, and I know you could do it via Discord groups or whatever with some, you know, proper screen sharing, but I feel like it's possible to set up a fairly interesting presentation day equivalent in some context. But yeah, I kind of missed that kind of thing socially, for sure. Whoops. Yeah, so the jump off of the Koopa should get you up to the question block. You pop that, you land, and then you jump on the spring. That seems to be the sequence that we missed earlier when we got that far. Oh, a little late there. Samuel, one of your professors had an obsession with non-spaces in games. Essentially, they're places that have absolutely no purpose, like an empty cliff on the edge of an open-world game that feels like it shouldn't exist. In games, it usually reveals the illusion of it being a space made for a game and not one that could exist in the real world. Yeah, I get what you are getting at. I hadn't heard of non-spaces as the term for that before necessarily, but... yeah, things that kind of draw attention to the artifice, essentially. Like how if you go to the edges of the layout and Breath of the Wild, right, then you kind of become very conscious of how the entire map is bounded like this. Island surrounded by inaccessible mountains and ocean. Oops. There's a lot like that in Mario Kart World, actually. If you really spend a lot of time with a free roam. Especially because in Mario Kart World, you know, one moment you're driving in something that is meant to evoke a world, and the next you're in a part of the space all of a sudden that is very obviously a racetrack designed as a racetrack, right? And very fascinating conceptually, because so much of the whole flavor of Mario Kart World is that you're constantly feeling like you can finally get to those spaces off the track and explore everywhere you look. But it's when you do the inverse, where you're into free roam and then you suddenly find yourself onto a racetrack. Like that kind of transition in some ways is actually more fascinating. Where you are suddenly back in a video game. We need to do a shorter jump over there to land back onto the platform. Are there any games more universally loved than Portal and Portal 2? Document, I heard that earlier this week, apparently, after Portal 2's continuous reign since its release, that Stardew Valley apparently surpassed it in positive Steam reviews. I don't know if that's the raw number or what. It must be. I think it's just a raw number of positives, but... yeah, let's see here. If only Valve could count to 3. But yeah, Portal 2 is one of those games where its whole maker mode, you know, the Portal 2 editor was kind of ahead of its time in some ways in that. It's too bad that it had come in, I think, just a few years too early for there to be something like a Twitch viewer level stream culture surrounding it. Because that was when Twitch was just first getting started, around 2011, when it was making that transition from Justin.tv and hadn't quite become the dominant streaming platform yet, and streaming itself was kind of a niche among early adopters from the esports space. Because it feels like when Mario Maker 1 hit, it was kind of in exactly the right place to finally take advantage of the technical infrastructure and social dynamics to make something like a viewer-level culture actually happen. It was just getting in at the right time. And it's too bad that Portal 2 didn't have the chance to build that while it was at its peak, because the tools were there, the game was there, you know, the creativity was certainly there. I mean, maybe there is still a decent Portal 2 viewer-level subculture that I'm just not aware of, but... Here we go. Stump jump, left, right. I'm amazed that I actually managed to read that accurately as well as we did. Okay, that's fine. We're at checkpoint. Yeah, Document, I don't have a VR setup, unfortunately. I was always thinking that, you know, at some point in the distant future when I do have some kind of VR setup or access to it, that Half-Life Alyx will be, of course, the first thing I look at. I've experienced some VR content at things like demo stations and animation festivals and such before, where it's becoming a thing at some of the larger animation festivals, for instance, as you might know since you're kind of in that field, that they do sometimes have a category for VR projects. And so sometimes they have some stations or exhibitions set up for that. And of course, you know, you have some event spaces that have a lot of bespoke VR for ride simulator experiences and such nowadays, I guess, but it seems like having it as kind of a more playground scale installation in short bursts has been where you see a lot more VR in public life, as opposed to something like a full game experience. So it might just be a matter of, you know, the adoption of the tech, the pattern of adoption not really matching up to the full-scale content that Half-Life Alyx, I think, is the only game that I've really heard about as really fully serving. But yeah, I wish I had just had, you know, temporary access to a good VR setup to fully experience that properly. And you're saying it has the same sort of feel as in Half-Life 2, where it's clear they wanted to play with the physics. Whoops. That was a reading chat death. And being able to interact with the world using predictable physics interactions, yeah. And Samuel, you're going to head to bed. Thank you for joining us. It's funny because we have both Samuel and Document here, creators of 2 of the deleted levels from the previous GDQ, 2 of the very memorable ones too. And I'm aware that Nabuz's level at the end of this set, level 11 out of 11, we've grabbed that locally preemptively because it is a bit of a deletion risk as well for reasons of teleportation. And so we'll see if it's still live by the time we actually get to it, but I have it downloaded as backup. Yeah, Nabuz did the last one in the set this year. I watched a little bit of the stream. Not completely and not all attentively, which is why we've been loving some levels that I've theoretically seen already. No, we need to get over the key. Whoops. Oh, actually, I still had the opportunity to continue there. I don't think that was time sensitive. We just needed to get on a stump and continue. We just didn't do the stump jump properly. Whoops. Okay, let's stomp this before it deactivates, and then there we go. No, and then we need to stay in this position until the bomb up top ignites. So, yeah, we do need to stay in that column. Oh, oops, yeah. The timing, of course, works out a lot better if you just jump to the key right away instead of stalling. Because at least it's going to be playing as designed. And so the timing will be a bit more predictable. Whoops. Yeah, it seems like there's been a lot more smoke lately about Half-Life 3 being something that might realistically happen. So, are we going to get bomb. Yeah, we just need to stay in position. It's actually not too bad here. And then we get on top of the P-switch. And then we are through. And then is that the big finish? Yes, it is, except we need to deal with the thwomp. And clear it. There we go. Yeah, press X for doubt. It's funny because, you know, it's looking like Silk Song will actually beat it to the punch. Anyway, that was the extended edition of Break Stuff by Sauce Power Cubed. Very, very prolific maker to be, you know, over the 200 mark at this point with his publication record. And that's only the third of 11 levels, so, you know, we're not proceeding at a breakneck pace necessarily. And it's a Kelly welcome. Right on time, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody was mentioning earlier that you had a diagonal thwomp set up in your level as well, and hopefully we'll notice that as we punch in the next code. Let's put this in. Where am I? And I'll also dump it in the chat in just a moment. So yeah, Electric was saying that his and Sauce Powder's levels were the only ones that had the extended cuts separately published, but if I'm mistaken about any of that, we'll correct accordingly. Let's take a look at this return to form as soon as I pin the code in the chat. For the old heads, looking at you, Panga. Happy GDQ. And then we'll totally get sniped by the boot, even though I remember that from streaming. I did see it coming. Let's just get a good jump off of it, and then it is a sustain the P-switch level. So let's land the P-jump properly and get on the coins. Yeah, I'm jumping a little early. We should actually just get around to this first, and now we can do it as long as I get the P-jump. This will take me a while. Oh, almost certainly. Document, I believe everything here is a separate upload from the one that was plugged into GDQ profile. Because I did need to grab a whole fresh batch of level codes. And the only one that was completely uncleared, I think, was Big Red Boys. Okay, there we go. And then... yeah, let's straighten this out here. Whoops. Going a bit slow. I was looking at it and thinking, do we wear the shell and take self-damage, or I just forget to hit something there? Let's figure it out when we get there. Yeah, there's the POW up top. We may have missed something. Let me take a look here. We're also going a bit slowly. Because I'm thinking, do I convert to a spin at some point and get off that shell? No, we can probably... let's try to land this accurately. And then, whoops. Up towards the block, up to the shell. And then there's the POW on the sequence after that. Yeah, I caught the relay race today after this level. I did go back and scroll through some of the earlier ones, but I just took a bit of a glimpse of this one, so it's mostly going to be new to me. But we'll definitely need to be a bit crisper about every corner. And I was thinking that we need to, well, figure out how we're going to nudge that and get the jump off of it. Because we're not going to wear that in time necessarily. Oops. We'll figure it out. Let's get over here first. Oops. I'm just reading ahead a little bit with what we're going to do with that shell. Let's get around. Because I think we can just kind of tap it and then bounce off of it on the deflection maybe, but I may be totally wrong about this. So we'll figure it out. After a little time off of Maker, I always take a moment to kind of get our sense of shell mechanics back into shape. In this case with the shellmet. Whoops. Red Knight, where did I get the codes for the levels? I actually just went through people's profiles individually as the makers who submitted, and they are in my Discord. But I actually just went through everybody's profile individually. Which is why Sauce Powders took me a moment to dig up, because I didn't have the code for his Sauce cubed rather than squared profile at first, and so it took me a while to dig up. But yeah, I saw that. So all of the levels are available and up. I'm told that with Nabuza's level, you want to grab that as soon as you can because of the deletion risk from it using a teleportation tech. And you're saying that it is on GDQ's Twitter now. Okay. All right. That's good. I hadn't thought to check that at all, actually. Okay. I'm missing something really obvious with a shell that I'm just not remembering when it comes to. But we're going to get the bounce off of that. So let me just... Let's see. Now, we obviously can't sustain ourselves for that long before we have P timing issues. We have to just go for it. But I'm totally overthinking the shell part. Almost certainly. Almost certainly. That's what I do around here. Oops. Yeah, I was trying to convert to the spin jump, but... Oh, you know, no, I know what I did. Yeah, okay. No, this is actually really obvious. I'm totally not thinking, but it's probably... Okay. About the bumper sustaining the spin. I don't know why I just blanked on that for so long. Because I'm looking at it and thinking, oh, it's obviously a spin, and then... Yeah, I was overthinking it. There we go. There we go. Very out of practice, as you can see. We don't want to drop the power there yet. We want to jump around that. Whoops, let's go over the boo first. There we go. That's what happens when you only read one jump at a time. I guess we do have to... No, I think we can jump that. Same way we jumped the first one here, and then we have to save the power for the next drop. Oops. Yeah, I forget that I get that much height off of the bumper when I do continue to spin. That's the thing. I was looking at this and totally not thinking about it properly. Okay, there we go. We were supposed to grab the P on the way down and switch from power to P. Whoops. Yeah, whoops. No, I missed it again. But, yeah, I totally forgot that you get that full height off of the spin continuation. I think that's probably what the mental block there was. Even with the firebar kind of encouraging you to go low. Now at this point, with the P, we seem like we need to kind of get a spin off the P over to the spiny. Let's... Yeah, the firebar even kind of tells you should be going low, and totally missed it. Whoops. So yeah, drop, pick up the P, and then we'll figure it out from there. Whoops. You're saying this might be the hardest level in the race, and you don't know why to put this at the start? Yeah. For pacing reasons, I suppose. I mean, you know, just to test the players a bit, I guess. I remember that in the 2023 set, there were 2 levels that went uncleared on the stream. One was the Goombud level by Quack, and whoops, missed a spin again. And that, when I played it, took me, I think, about 2 hours to get through. The other one was the level by Josh Bones that time. That was the Don't Land level, and that took me almost 4 hours to do, I think. That was a huge roadblock for me. And then, no, we do need to hit the P-switch to... Oh, probably soft drop this P-switch and then switch to a spin off of it, I would think. Because that gives you the right spacing to get over to the spiny. Oh, no, missed it. And yeah, that's why you have to ride the POW over the track, is because you will have that pretty strictly enforced. Yeah, Big Red Boys went uncleared, we noticed that. And so I'm kind of mentally thinking I have to make time for it. Oh, no, spin. I just have to think about this consciously. And kind of get to the point where we can just do it on autopilot. And there we go. There we go, much smoother. Missed a POW. Okay. Yeah, we want to get right up against the wall so we don't land to the left. My drop positioning probably also needs work. Nope. I think I'm dropping the POW late. It should land a little further to the left from what I'm doing here, but we'll see. I'm kind of dropping it earlier, thinking, okay, yeah. Yeah, the trajectory onto the conveyor belt is maybe giving me a little bit of trouble. You'll notice very quickly that I'm not the best at reading clearly signposted markers. Whoops. Yep, that's correct. And then you jump and it should be a soft drop and then spin off the P, right? I'm reading this correctly. Oh, whoops, spin. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble adapting to the spin there, but that's okay. We'll do this. And then, whoops. We'll do it. We just need a better jump onto that area to begin with. Oops. Yeah, that's way too early that time. Quite low as well. The fact that it's going so low is why it's getting ahead of me on the conveyor, so I want to fix that up a little bit. And nope, nope. Got ahead of it a little bit that time. Okay. Whoops. And then, no, I'm just slipping off a little too early here before we're actually ready for the jump. Always just getting into the habit of adjusting a bit too much as we land the POW. Nope, we don't want to drop it here. Yeah, it has to be a jump over, a soft drop, switch to a spin onto this body. I know what it's supposed to look like, I think. We just haven't had any kind of clean execution on it just yet. Whoops, nope, like I was saying. But I have a general idea of what I'm going for once we get back there. Okay. A spin? No, I'm dropping it in a bit of a poor position there. Didn't get a very good jump off of that, actually. Either. So let's try to fix that up and get into the proper position for it. It does look correct, though. But we'll find that out. Yeah, I'm re-grabbing it. That's the issue. I have to actually let go completely. Because I'm re-grabbing it on the way down. Which is a bit of a problem. I have to fix up some of the muscle memory here. You let go completely, then you spin off of it. Oops. I'm running off of the POW too early. We need to sit for about a block there before we push forward like that. Oh, whoops. Just missed the drop. Yeah, once we kind of get it down in muscle memory correctly, then we'll hopefully do it reliably. We need to succeed at it the first time before we do anything. That was a pretty bad release. I was already mostly on the way down and we outpaced a P. I don't think it's going to be a forward throw by any means. I do think it's supposed to be a drop. There we go. Except we need a short bounce off of that. But that's what it's supposed to look like. Just need to get the buttons down. No. Yeah, we clearly can do it. We just need to practice the sequence. So we bake it in to the fingers. And just get the drop timing down a bit more accurately as well. Oops. That's okay. It takes a little while to settle in sometimes. Oh, whoops. It came a little bit late that time when I was already dropping off. Even by a fraction of a tile. Yeah, we need to sustain the jump a little bit better. I'm letting go of the object. I'm letting go of the jump a little too early as well. That's why we're dropping past the P a little bit. And so we just need to get the button presses down. Did not do that in quite the same way. We got it, except I didn't get the spin that time. Yeah, that's the issue. You actually kind of have to let go Y before B. By just the slightest margin to get a full jump into that. Not a maneuver I practice very much, so. Whoops. But one that we should be able to fix up. And then, yeah, once again, need to sustain a much better jump there just to get the P landing. Because we're falling a little bit short. Too late. We'll land on that spiny once, we just need to make sure we get a short bounce off of it and pull all the way to the right. No momentum at all that time on the jump. We were winding up a little bit late. Previously we were hanging right a little too early, but this time we delayed too much. We just didn't get much of a jump at all. Oh, just missed a spin. And yeah, it is very fun, Red Eye. Lots of action moment to moment. I'm sure you'll do a lot better on this than I am showing off here, but we look forward to seeing it. Whoops. Red Eye is much better practiced at this kind of thing. From what I've seen in the past. Yeah, so we're ducking into it. I'm just not converting to the spin quickly enough. I'm sometimes landing on a P a little bit before I expect to, and so we're a bit late on a spin. There we go. Almost, almost. Positioning was a little bit off there, but we were a bit high on the spin, actually. And go a little bit shallower on it, and just accordingly. Nope. Lost too much momentum. Have to be careful not to completely slide off the POW, but we're pulling back a little bit too much against that. We know what we need to fix, we just need to fix it. So. Red, now you've been slacking on Maker. Yeah, I know you've been on a big ROM hack kick lately. Also on Elden Ring, I see. Yeah. I haven't played Elden Ring yet. I've actually been waiting to see what the Switch 2 port turns out to be like. I understand it is going to be DLC complete. And if it runs reasonably, it's more convenient for me to be streaming off of Switch 2 if I do want to broadcast it at all, so. Yeah, Elden Ring's something that I've kind of kept at the back of my mind for a few years now, so. Oh, whoops, since it seems like structurally it may be my kind of thing. I don't have that much of a background with the Souls series, but I know a lot of people are kind of getting into Elden Ring as their first FromSoft game anyway, so. Nope, still don't have that quite down. I just want to get the drop and I want to get the spin conversion happening, but the button order has been a little bit off where it needs to be. So if we can clean this up reliably, there we go, and then thwomp. Oh no, that has to be a spin, obviously. Spin off to the thwomp, and then we have something going on with the POW after that. We'll see what it is. We have to wrap around, I think, go through the top Wrap down to it, perhaps. We'll see. And yeah, Red Knight, you're saying that it was your first FromSoft game as well? I'm always a little trepidatious about streaming a game that big. I find that, you know, sometimes things just take over to stream for months at a time. But sometimes it can be worth it. Oh. Again, hitting the P a little bit earlier than I expected, hence missing the spin. But when I do get that down cleanly, it's very tidy. Feels that way. Oops, missed it. Yeah, it is still level 4 in the set, I think, so we have a lot of work to do. Nope, still missing a spin. Again, I'm kind of hitting it before the P is actually making contact on the way down. Making contact with the ground, rather, and so that always throws me off a bit because I'm spatially maybe expecting it to land first. And we still haven't adjusted accordingly to where I'm actually hitting that, which, as you can see, is maybe slightly far to the left. Or maybe even slightly late given the position of the spiny being the thing that sent me a bit far that time. But we'll see. Yeah, we just really need to clean up that jump. Because we've had very few attempts go well there. Nope. Yeah, once again, I'm kind of nudging to P a moment before it's about to land, and so we really need to compensate for that. And get off of that as early as we can to get a good spin off the spiny before it's too far to the left. Okay, that time I was actually tapping the spin a bit too early. Didn't quite get it on the bounce. There we go. Much better. No, we have to lower it and then spin it, right? No, that doesn't seem right. Timing-wise. If I just do a spin towards it, I think the... Well, if I fall next to it, maybe the flop outpaces me. I'm not quite sure. We haven't mentally calculated this yet. It does seem like it goes way too fast for you to do any kind of second jump into it. Or towards it. Let's just go back there and straighten out the timing until we get it. Reebox, welcome. It's been a while. I hope you've been doing well. There we are. No, I was trying to spin and we just missed it. Yeah, we need to send that thing down, but then... Do I need to spin on this one? Maybe I just need to let it pass. We haven't looked at this carefully enough. Oh, whoops. That drop. Yeah, as a Reebox, hope you've been doing alright. Oh, oops, way too far. And way too far forward. We may be working on this for the rest of the stream, but that's okay, we're mentally prepared for that. Whoops. Yeah, as you can see from Mario's animation, I'm kind of hitting down and ducking down towards the P on the soft drop, and then we're spinning off of that far too late for it to register. There we go. Oh. And then, no, you do have to Yeah, it's showing you the coins there because you're supposed to drop alongside that nice and straight. So the biggest spin jump we can get, I think, and then we just drop next to it. And nudge over when the timing presents itself. I think that's what it is, but we've just had a bit of trouble actually remembering to do that. Always comes as a bit of a shock to get there. And yeah, Rebucks, it's pretty much expected. You know, people's availability online just kind of comes and goes. And it's been interesting that we've known such a consistent set of makers and streamers in and around Mario Maker and associated games for as long as we have, that even with people coming and going over the years, that there's a bit of a thread of consistency there. Very much true for the set of makers that we're showing off here today as well, that there's a great sense of familiarity to seeing so many of them come back. And I mean, some of them have been active all this time, like with, you know, Sauce Powder being on his third account now, for instance, and some of the makers involved have been continuing to play all this time, but just good to have this back after having it skip 2024, which I think was in line with the sense that, you know, people constantly worry about Mario Maker dying because their immediate social circle seems to lose interest, but in terms of the numbers and the activity that I was seeing, you know, it was very much alive, but with a kind of noticeable drop around 2023 and 24, and I think it's absence at GDQ last year. Well, I mean, it was the Troll Showcase, but the relay race's absence at GDQ was kind of a very noticeable sign of the times. And yeah, Red Knight, the relay race has always been the number one thing that I watch GDQ for. Even back in Maker 1 before I was equipped with a capture card myself, when I was just a spectator. And in Maker 1, I wasn't really even actively making very much for a good stretch of it. But one of the highlights for me from seeing the GDQ relay is that, you know, we're kind of in a position where we're acquainted with the makers themselves, and we can kind of recognize some things going on with many of them stylistically, and we have a history with them. And it's kind of nice to have that. There's no way that's a spin. That's got to be drop the thwomp, and then... Nah, there's no way. The coin markers are telling me something in terms of drop. I feel like there has to be a second jump that you just want that, because a single spin does not gain the height that you need, unless maybe it outpaces you when you're very close to the bottom or something, but I'm not seeing that at all. I feel like we haven't had it worked out. Oh yeah, actually, no, you can't outpace it. You follow the coins down, it should outpace slightly. Johnny Ray Ray, welcome. Yeah, Red Knight, it's kind of interesting to see that with the Mario Maker Relay, you have a proven format, but with content that is consistently fresh, whereas, you know, with GDQ having run for as long as it has, there are only so many different routes and categories that you can squeeze out of Super Metroid, for instance, just to take one major canonical example of speedrun material. That, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you can do. there's a lot of stuff that's constantly being showcased technically with even the games that speedrunners have very thoroughly explored, but mostly it's just, you know, getting into deeper and deeper niche categories that don't get much airplay. And what happened here? What happened to the thwomp? Wasn't there a thwomp there? Okay, no, let's rethink this. I did something. And that boo's just looking at me like it's saying, oh, it wasn't me. Nope, just barely short of that. I just go for the shortest possible bounce on that spiny, but then you have to catch it pretty quickly. Get a nice shallow angle towards it. And I'm still not very reliable about hitting this P-jump. No. But yeah, with the Mario Maker Relay, you have content that people are just familiar enough with, even casually. So it's not like they're being introduced to wholly new material in terms of the game mechanics, but, you know, in terms of being able to follow the action. But the material itself is fresh with every edition, and so... it's nice to see that the tradition continues and that the maker scene exists to support that. There we go, finally, except we went a little too far to the left. Yeah, so it looks like we are supposed to catch it that way. We just need to catch it a little bit lower, actually, and just let the thwomp outpace. I wasn't quite sure about that, since, you know, the spin just doesn't go very high. I was wondering if we would even have enough room to catch the thwomp before it goes off screen, but I guess that's the way it's designed, and we should just trust that for once. And yes, Greznox, these are levels from this GDQ. This is level 4 in the set. Levels 2 and 3 actually had extended editions on their makers' profiles. So that's the ones by Mr. Electrodude and by Sauce Powder. So on their profiles, they kind of have extended cuts that were produced for the purposes of the race. And so yeah, the SGDQ relay was just earlier today, my time, or last night if you're in Europe. So this is a very fresh batch. There we go, finally. Wait, oh no, you need to wrap around this side, okay, yeah. I was wondering if I just hit that block repeatedly. Should I just go around? No, that's just too far to the right. We just need to go straight up. We didn't know that. But now we do. So we just wrap around and grab the POW and then go through the launcher where E-switch expiry becomes an issue. Yeah, there we go. Whoops. And, oh, just losing so much momentum on that jump over there. We'll fix it up. But yeah, we've made it past the thwomp drop once at this point. That's the limit of our progression. Still lots of ground to cover. Let me just take a moment here. Drop down below, and then... no. We still don't have a very consistent run off that path. That's one of the issues, is that kind of seeing the P drop in a slightly different spot every time. We always have to react to that accordingly to get the spin over to the spiny. Yeah, as you can see, we just don't have a very consistent drop there. Until we do, not making very rapid progress. This one, I believe, did get cleared in the relay within the time limit, but of course this is by extremely proficient players in that setting. And so we were expecting to go much slower, and that's alright. That was a drop that was too far to the left anyway. Even if we had gotten the spin off of it, I think we would have had a bit of a struggle to make it over where we needed to be. Nope. So yeah, we'll chip away at this slowly and see if we can master it. Nope, still missing the spin a little bit. Still late on the spin, rather. Because there's always that little nudge on the P before it's fallen all the way down. At least with the way I'm handling the item. Maybe it's supposed to look a lot cleaner than that. Yeah, just missing the spin. And that's with the P-jump windows in Maker 2 being pretty much quite generous as is. Nope. Again, not a very good trajectory. We need the top to be a little bit lower so we can actually get the angle that gets me across. It is a spin into that location. We just need to catch it much lower. Nope. Nope. Got a slid under the power there. From a bad throw position. Now we'll take a few more spills. And yeah, not quite getting the drop down. I'm trying to lean forward as much as I can on a jump. But we weren't quite getting the down press in time for the soft drop of the item. There we almost went, but felt pretty good up to that point, and then we totally whipped on the spiny. Felt like a much better jump off the pow than usual, but wasn't quite where we needed to be. No. Too early on that one. Just haven't cleaned up that drop after all this time. There we go. That's comparatively clean, and then I hope that doesn't totally set us off in terms of timing. That did set us off in terms of timing, yeah. We need to not overshoot and hit that block in the corner because that extra jump does delay us by just enough to be an issue. Also, we don't need to wait that long to fire the POW. We just need to knock the muncher out. We don't need to make contact with it. Not that it's going to affect the timing too much. It's mostly just hitting the wrong block that's catching us off guard there. Overshooting slightly. So we'll land from the thwomp crossing. So very clear thing that we need to work on. Get over to the next segment, where we'll get up the platforms and hit that on-off switch. Whoops, so no momentum whatsoever there. It's okay, well, just trying to get back to where we were. Yeah, it's really the lack of consistency that's been the main issue there with that P-drop. We just can't reliably get it into a position where I can just have a nice, easy, expected spin timing on the other side. I always have to read where I'm dropping it on the fly because it's somewhere slightly different every time I do it. We don't really have our input straightened out for that as yet. It's a lot to keep track of quickly. If you're as poorly practiced with that technique as I am. Whoops. In terms of doing the P-drop into spin. Not something that comes up often for us. And yeah, late in the spin once again. Well, we'll do what we can to catch it. Here we go. Spin. Oh, whoop. Just slipped off the edge before we did the spin. Yeah, and we need to, after we cross the thwomp, jump nice and early to not get caught on the corner. So we get over to the next segment. At least we're getting the spin off the P. It doesn't mean that we've aimed it very accurately, but we can just get the spin technique down. That's already an improvement. Nope, again, losing too much momentum. Yeah, you can't be running off that POW too late because then you just slip off the edge that conveyor, but you also can't go so early as to have no forward momentum at all for that crossing, so you just have to find the right pocket to make that jump. We don't have it very consistently just yet. Again, we have to remember to go just slightly earlier on the spin than I've been doing. Because the P is not going to land all the way down when we make contact. Oops. There we go. Spin, nice and low here. Oh, and then we hit that twice anyway, so that was a problem. No, you just need to hit once and go through right away, because otherwise you run into issues. I actually wonder if we should do a further jump against a far wall and then use its reversal to kind of have a quick, snappy descent. Once we pass the top right corner of that, because I feel like I've been going a little slow. And just hitting that correct turn block in the first try might not be the only timing issue that we need to sort out there in order to get out of there before P-switch expiry, given how much time I'm losing. But we'll get back there and we'll see. Just need to learn this one bit at a time. Yeah, I was catching that a little bit early. That's probably telling me something about my P-drop timing as well, but as is often the case with a lot of item handling, sometimes it's difficult to tell whether I'm going early or late on drop. Nice and long on the P, there we go, that's much better. And that's too far over too soon. The coins are telling you to drop it even lower before you make that crossing. But of course the clock is ticking on that P-switch, so... Nope. Yeah, sometimes I think we're landing on a pound in such a way that I'm just not building enough momentum before it flies off. So sometimes our inability to make that jump is a function of how we're landing on a pound in the first place. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm actually backing up a little bit there, which is terrible because we're losing forward momentum. We want to retain forward momentum the whole time as we drop down towards that wall. Or I don't make that jump, so... Yeah, that's one of the issues there, is that we are supposed to press against that wall after grabbing the P, and then if you land at a POW accurately, then you can get a nice solid jump off of that. Going over to the other side. We can't really cut what we're doing directionally. You have to just run, and then again, just get a better drop and spin. But in terms of just having no momentum issues making that crossing, we need to really push into that P. And just do a better drop out of that side. Oops. Yeah, the position totally fell off that time, even before we fell to our death there. Something was a little bit off the whole way. Push in, and not that far though. But maybe we landed a bit far on the right side of the POW that time, so... Just need to find some pocket of consistency there if we can. Again, we should straighten out our drop timing a little bit. It has not been consistent. Sometimes it's a little bit off the marker in either direction. Yeah, at this point we know what to straighten out in that whole area. Again, furthest we've gotten is the muncher after the thwomp drop. And lots to do. We need a much better drop so it's not so far to the left. Probably dropping too early if that's the case. Here we go. Nice and low. Middle block here. It'll wrap around. Oh, missed a POW pickup. Look at that. I turned around too soon and didn't make contact with the POW. That was rather silly. But yeah, you can just wrap around off the edge, it seems. Up top. Whoops. On the top corner. That's the cleanest that we've done the actual punch through the turn blocks on the top. That's the best we've done that part. We just immediately flubbed the next task after that, which is just picking up the POW for the throw. Again, we don't really need to carry the POW that long. We can just take it. We can just activate it right away if we need to have a nice clean reversal over to muncher. But we'll try to sort out the timing for all that when we get there. It's one less thing to worry about if you just activate the POW immediately, I think. Yeah, the runoff of that POW just has not been very consistent, so... Nope. Terrible throw. Yeah, definitely I think the technically most challenging thing here so far has actually been that P-switch drop. And that we just don't have a very good consistent technique for it just yet. Everything else can be managed, it's just a matter of, you know, positioning, but in terms of the actual complexity of the button presses and the inconsistency that we've had in executing it, it's this part here that causes all the trouble. It's very clear to me from the start what to aim for there. We just haven't been able to execute. I think the P landing that far to the left is telling me I'm dropping too early. We kind of mentioned that before. We just haven't fixed it. But then you drop too late, then you outpace the P on the way down, which is great either. And there just has to be a pretty exact point where you make the drop. And we just haven't been very good about finding it. Nope, too soon. Didn't really even make it over that corner. Whoops. Okay, let's push forward. It's still too far to the left anyway, even if we did get the spin. Just need to find a rhythm. It was almost okay. Too high of a spin, but... or too far, rather. But landing the spin in the first place is half the battle. Trying to land it consistently, and then we'll... fix the spiny positioning from there. No. Terrible drop. We usually see it coming too, just how bad the drops are in the P. That might be a little too late given that we're outpacing it. We're falling down. Yeah, there is a particular point in the jump that we're going for. We just haven't been able to do it to drop cleanly at all, so... And again, kind of nudging it on the way down before we're able to activate the spin. We'll get there eventually. And dropped on it that time, just didn't get the spin once again. And if you're that late, again, the spiny might be a little too far to the left at that point anyhow, so... Which is the issue I've had for a few attempts now as well. Even if we did make the spin. We did have a tendency to overshoot, and then you overshoot, you know, if you try to pull back against it, you don't get enough momentum off the spiny, so you do need to be fairly exact about the P-drop. And then, yeah, I'm just not landing the spin very well when it comes to the timing. Oops. I expect we'll be on this for a bit. We were warned, but that's alright. We don't claim to do our games quick around here. Whoops. Yeah, I am hitting the button every time, which is not registering to spin. Just as a function of timing. Never quite sure where we're going to go. That drop, whoops. Everything a bit late that time, just not really shaving these corners as tightly as we should be. Whoops. Yeah, again, he is just landing too far to the left. We'll need to figure out what's going on there. That positionally seems correct. We just don't have to spin to complete that motion. Again, the spin has to be triggered earlier than I think. Oh, lost momentum. We still have a lot to learn after that, too, so we do need some measure of consistency, even if we do start getting the P-drop fixed up. Well, just overshot that completely. No. Again, we have two different directional needs there. The need to kind of press forward to make that jump with full momentum, and the need to, of course, soft drop the P pointing down. A little tricky to get all that straightened out. Finally, and now we'll catch this bit. Yes, we will. Oh, didn't pick it up. Yeah, again, we've been missing the pickup because I've been trying to reverse out of that too soon, and again, it's not clear to me that we'll make that timing even when we do just whack the mantra immediately, because we have a few things there to polish off around the corners still, quite visibly. There we go, much better. Caught the thwomp too early. But if we can really fix up that P drop, we'll progress much, much faster through all this. Ooh, bad drop. Way too low in the pow. Yeah, we can consistently get that solved. Then we're in business. It's just been such a huge roadblock so far, even after successfully passing it a few times. We just don't have the technique down to get a good hit percentage on that. There we go, much better. Nice and low. No, not low enough. You need to let it go much, much lower. Landing on a P, at least we just need to fix the spin. I thought we might overshoot that time, but we didn't know by how much. We don't want to be doing too much adjustment over that spiny because we'd lose too much momentum. But we'd catch what we don't. still overshooting that a little bit. And that sometimes comes as a bit of a surprise. I mean, I don't know if that's because we need to spin on the P a little bit further to the left. We shouldn't really be doing a pullback there, I don't think. Whoop. And yeah, riding that P in midair, that was definitely too far if we wanted to spin off of that anyway, so. Much better. Much better there as well. Finally. And then off the mecha, too late. It's going to be a short spin jump off of the Buzzy Shells after that. We need to get off the mecha onto the top platform and then a series of short spin jumps. That's still a new record for us, though. That's encouraging. Finally seeing a bit of progression after all this time. Struggling with that P. Oh, nope, missed a reversal here. Yeah, maybe we should jump against the wall, make the corner. I don't know what's actually faster. You know, getting a momentum cut off the wall might be better. Whoops, nope, missed a spin. We know that just turning the corner there does get us sufficient timing, though, as long as we don't stall too much on picking up the POW itself. We know that the timing does work out with what I'm already doing. Whoops, so we shouldn't mess with it too much as long as we can just execute a bit more successfully. Yeah, when the P is at about the second tile there, that seems to be ideal. Okay, yeah, if you have that much momentum, that's a problem. We should actually maybe jump around the corner, so we don't need to, you know, do the finicky slowdown there, which actually burns time. Might actually want to jump that reversal. Not quite sure yet. But yeah, with that row of spikes there, if the P lands on the second one, that seems to be the best position for continuation onto the spiny. I don't know how consistently we can aim for that, but as you can see, not very consistently at all. But at least we have a sense of what we should be going for in order to have the best chance of success. Whoops. Gotta give my hand a bit of a stretch at some point here. No, too early. But you can see from the position on the landing that it's about 2 to 2.5 tiles over from the left. Not that we can aim for that very consistently with a P-drop, but we'll certainly try. No, lost too much momentum because we backed into the P a little bit when the drop came a little bit far to the left. That was right position that time, but poor spin. Whiffed it completely. Much better. Isn't it nice when it just goes well? Yeah, the jump there works a lot better. Pick up and then go around. Yeah, okay. I just read it a bit slowly. It's pick up and wrap around. Yeah, it was taking a moment to see how that trampoline was being raised. And we just didn't map out our path quickly enough to do that properly. That little jump there works a lot better. Immediately off here to the mecha. Bounce, bounce. Oh, let's not be too ambitious about that corner. So yeah, once we drop the spring onto the lower platform, then that gives us a spring that goes out the yellow pipe, and we might finally escape the first section after many, many attempts. Thought it was going a bit far left that time, but we actually managed. Just in time. Nope. Maybe you got on that platform a little bit late. We didn't quite get enough height in the jump. But we're getting closer. Finally seeing a bit of daylight here when it comes to progression. That's assuming that we can redo this P. I mean, once we get past the pipe, then that's one P drop we won't have to see for much longer, we hope. Whoops. Yeah, now that we can see the end of this section, I'm pretty eager to do this successfully and get past it. It's always a huge relief to get past a P-spin. Because while we've been dying after that point, comparatively it feels like clear sailing when it comes to the execution. So. Especially now that we've got the turn block corner fixed up for the most part. Good. That was one of those where I felt like we were going to succeed as I was getting into that jump. It just felt like the right angle and timing. Okay, not too soon. And yeah, we need to reverse a lot better out of that without just spilling off the side like that. We might have to jump out of that corner. So that's one unsolved problem. Just getting a better pickup and exit on that spring. Whoops, missed a spin. It's funny because we actually got a P jump that time, we just didn't get a spin jump. And again, getting that drop a little bit further to the left than expected, so did throw off the spinning a little bit. Yeah, pretty much the entire first section hinges on this P drop here. Nudge that quickly, and then we're through. Oh. Didn't go high enough in that jump. That was a bit of an easy thing to have. Disastrously failed there. Yeah, I let up on that jump way too early. I don't know why. Maybe we were trying to anticipate how quickly I had to jump from that platform over to the shell, and we just shaved that a bit too soon. Okay, nice and high off of that. No. Yeah, we're running around this corner too soon, but we also can't take too long, because otherwise we have problems turning the corner on the left after we pick up the spring, so... Oops, missed a spin. So we need to time that corner a lot better than we have. Whoops. We probably don't want too much momentum going into that spring pickup anyway, because we have to reverse out of it afterwards. It might be a matter of jumping towards the top corner so we can get the momentum cut from the wall on the left side of the spring pickup, but we'll think about that when we get to it. Oops. Yeah, the P-switch concerns me here every time. We definitely don't feel like we've established any consistency with it, even though we've had some good attempts at this point. We've got a whole chunk of level after this, too. Nope. Well, this one's been an adventure. Oh, no momentum at all that time. I think we just kind of started preparing for the soft drop a little too early and had some control issues with that run. No, too far. Yeah, I'm switching to the down input at bad times. Sometimes it's too early and you just cut momentum. Sometimes it's too late and you have to throw like that. There we go. You can feel that it's going to be successful before it happens. Whoa, that's not successful. That's going to be a problem. We're going to miss the timing this time. Because we didn't make it through cleanly on the first possible jump. Definitely some very inventive points of failure on some of these obstacles. Nope, too late that time. Wonder where we were losing time, maybe on the corner, but... Definitely felt like things were going a bit sluggishly. I think we just had a bad turnaround on the top right. Okay, that's more accurate. Yeah, the thing is, I want to catch the thwomp low, but if we catch it too low, then it actually becomes a bit of a problem for timing when it comes to the P-switch. But there is a specific point at which we want to make that crossing. We just haven't quite hit it that often. Trying to get a soft drop here, but again, we're letting go the wrong time when I'm going for the down input. Nope. Quality humor. Morning to you as well. We've been on this for quite a while. This is actually only level 4 out of 11 in the GDQ set. It's been very technically challenging relative to the typical race levels. We've been on it for most of the stream at this point. We're still in the first section. We have seen the exit in this section. We just didn't quite get back to that. This level is giving you some ROM hack vibes. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think that was something that was mentioned on a GDQ stream as well. We didn't really get a good look at this level in terms of catching the actual relay, but so it's been mostly a fresh read for me, but I do remember that coming up in conversation somehow. Whoops. But yeah, definitely with a lot of the variety to where some of the pressure is coming from and from a lot of the spacing. Oops. I think the ROM hack likeness is certainly no coincidence. Oops. Also because it has this very clear level-wide concept of just sustaining the P-switch. And lots of different ways to interact with that when it comes to the availability of the turn blocks. Oh. Yeah, the P drop here, the P drop at a spin, that's been the number one thing giving me trouble. And so, I just have a very low success rate with it. And it's been kind of an anchor to the rest of the experience here in terms of keeping our progression down. Oops. Yeah, a little late in that spin again. But again, it's because my P-drops have been so inconsistent. Even after so many attempts. Again, we're just very often catching the top of that P a bit earlier than expected, and so that's why the spin has been failing. It just means that our drop timing has been poor, but we knew that. But yeah, we'll see how far we actually make it today. Whoops. As I was saying, the 2023 set for GDQ actually took me 3 streams to get through, so certainly weren't at a relay pace. But multiple times that. This might turn out to be a similar case here, because that time it was also just entirely because 2 of the levels are massive roadblocks. Oops. And we do expect that this will not be the only one in the set that gives us trouble. Yeah, just... didn't set up properly for that drop at all that time. And just missing the spin. So yeah, the attempts is basically live and die in that P drop. And most of the time they die. We're just jamming that spin button as we land on it. But hasn't really gone that well. When it goes well, you kind of feel it right away. You can feel the trajectory coming towards the spiny and it just seems right. But most of the time, that is not what is happening. Yeah, it is pretty tricky because, like you're seeing, I'm often catching that piece slightly before it lands, and so it's throwing off my spin timing on it. And sometimes, if I don't spin on it well, I actually overshoot the spiny on the other side. Or lose momentum completely, like we're seeing here. I mean, I'm just generally not that proficient at a lot of mid-air object handling, so... This was always going to be on the tougher side for me, technically. Yeah, trying to land the spin. You know you'd missed that spiny the first 5 times you got to jump. Yeah, we have overshot it from time to time. When it lands well, but... It's more that I don't have the P landing in a consistent location, and so... That's almost how it's supposed to look, except, again, as you can see, that's a miss. But yeah, whenever we do get it, we can usually push quite a bit further. Just that we haven't been able to get that practice in certain critical segments because we get stuck on a P-switch every time we get back there. There we go, that's how it's supposed to look, finally. And we can't delay too long here because we'll have timing issues. And then... I came in too low that time. Rather, it took too long. That's why I was trying to shape that jump off of the mecha earlier, and did so excessively because we don't want to let the platform sink down that low before we do the next series of jumps. But anyway, that's how it's supposed to look coming out of the P-switch. We just can't get it very often. Oh, no. Too high. And on that turn block segment, there's a slight roll as well if you try to hit the yellow turn block on the top right corner. We haven't run into it recently, though. It's one of those things where it's not too hard to correct for once you know it's there. Okay, that's Clean, that second bounce might have killed this, though. Whoops. I mean, the fall also killed this, but you definitely need to punch through that cleanly in one go. Tap the block and jump through immediately. Yeah, the second tap does kill the timing. It's rather precisely tuned. But we're seeing it at least. We're getting there past the P-switch, and that's pretty important. There's one particular obstacle that's the main concern after this point, and it's not here, it's a little further. With a trampoline pickup. And another tight corner that we need to round. And haven't done so successfully just yet, so I need to get back there and practice it. And this is, of course, the first segment of an up-pipe entry to deal with, and then a stretch of level past that point. So we've got lots to do here that we haven't seen. Nope. And yeah, we got caught in the corner that time. That, of course, blew the whole timing. The momentum just got killed there. I think I had a bit of a down diagonal too early when I was preparing for the soft drop, and so we just killed the whole jump inadvertently. And that P-switch was going to be too far anyway. If it's overshooting the second spike there, we know it's likely to get us too far over to Spiny. There we go. Nice and low. No, not low enough. Nope, the second jump. Again, might have killed it. Yeah, it needs to be very clean. Ideally, we hit those two blocks in the middle, but we can't always get that. No, too far over. I just didn't pull back enough that time. Always unfortunate when we squander one of the attempts where we do get past a P-switch drop, because we really don't want to waste those. Okay. Nice and low, too low, way too low. Just overcompensating for it this time. Yeah, that's the first time we've completely whiffed quite like that. Apart from some of the earliest exploratory attempts where we were trying to figure out what was going on with the drop next to the thwomp. Usually we go too early. Oh, we had another thwomp death here. That's happened before once, where for some reason that thwomp glitched out. Don't exactly know what I did differently there, but something went wrong. Yeah, all about that drop. It's always something that fluctuates a little bit too, depending on how we dropped a POW before it, and therefore what kind of run we get off the POW. There we go. Good, nice and clean. As long as we didn't go too high in that corner. Okay, this part we've failed at repeatedly as well. Checkpoint, finally. Okay, let's remember not to restart the level because after working on this for quite some time, and by quite some time I mean, yeah, about an hour and a half I think, we are past the first segment. Feels good to be this far, though. And then, yeah, we need to drop at that point and a jump over. Nice to read some new material, so we need to be very careful not to do the accidental restart. Get on the stump, get on the right. Start over button whispers to us. Yeah, it says, my precious attempts. We want to drop nice and early so we don't have the accidental pickup. Okay, no, we need to land on the right side first, then go left, then go up. And that means we need to get a much better angle off of that spring, which is why we should take that arrow a little more seriously when it comes to a suggestion for when to drop off. Those fire bars are the level's way of saying, look how much entity space we have remaining, even after everything else was set up here. Nice memorable zone entry though. Whoops, so we need to hit the on-off. So okay, we'll shake off a couple of warm-up attempts here. I mean, it's just nice to get away from the P-switch. Yeah, we don't have a good angle there. We need a much less sharp angle. And therefore an earlier bounce off of the spring. To get all the way over, and then that was kind of a poor reversal. And then we need to get over there quickly enough to probably have to jump on a bullet past the first of those blaster columns. You see two red blaster columns. There's a good bit of space between them. Sinking might account for some of it, but not quite sure yet. Oh no. We're actually just a bit late in that on a hole. Looks like we'll need to fire the fire flower against some bombs as well. Okay. Yeah, that's right. And then, given the spin jump off of the piranha, we are going to be destroying those turn blocks with spins. This feels like a completely different level in some ways because we no longer have the whole P-switch mechanic from the first section. Whoops. And Shibu, welcome. Nope. We don't want to shoot too much there. We just want enough shots for the piranhas or we accidentally kill the bombs. Oops. That's one risk we hadn't really thought about. Oops. And yeah, we're not running an open queue today. I am just getting through the GDQ set, but thanks for the follow. We do run viewer levels from time to time. Typically, I'll do it on tomorrow's session, but this week we might be a bit occupied with getting through the rest of the GDQ set, so there's a good bit of overlap between these makers and some of our regulars anyway. But we'll see. We'll make that determination just based on how quickly I clear this level and probably make it through the batch today. But yeah, we will have the queue going from time to time. We might slow down a bit on Mario Maker in the coming weeks because of Donkey Kong Bonanza, but we're back in this game pretty regularly. Yeah, Donkey Kong is going to be the big priority next week, and then we'll see how much we can get through, because I am going to be away the first week of August for the reason we'll talk about later. We should just get that munch out of there much sooner, so we don't have to deal with that. We don't need to fire that late. Too late here. Yeah, we need much better turnarounds on platforms after picking up the down below. Don't need quite as much height as we've been getting here, but I need slightly better momentum just to get onto that muncher from the second platform. And too high. Not a problem we had before because we were usually not that early. Okay. Got a bit caught in that corner there. And with the spin jump, we do need to really push through the blocks. And then eventually there's that Yoshi at the end of that segment as well. We'll see what that's about when we get there. I'm just glad to be rid of that P-switch in the first segment. And that was mechanically the toughest thing we've had to deal with today. Oh, didn't quite catch. No, we need to not hit that corner. That's a tricky fall to make there, in terms of getting that angle down properly on the second bounce. I guess it's just a short bounce off the second one, maybe. Long bounce off the first one, maybe a short bounce off the second one. We don't know if we'll reach. I don't have a good intuitive sense of some of the spin jump off the turn block physics when it comes to how much of a bounce we get. Oops, it's too late. Just need to toss that on the jump. Nope. Clip that corner. No, no. No, clip that corner once again. We don't want to do that. We had plenty of clearance that time. Yeah, we really do need to take that down diagonal arrow seriously when it comes to the exit timing to get us onto the spring. Because it does give you a pretty accurate indication of the angle that you need in order to get over the muncher stack. The munchers on top of the pipe, rather. Nope, missed it. Yeah, we came into the wall a bit high and just didn't catch the POW. We had to confirm that we pick up the POW. That felt like a little bit late anyway, so... No, we are not catching the POW very accurately, and we're bunching up against the wall in such a way that is killing a lot of momentum, and... yeah, just need to land on the corner very accurately to begin with. Tap. Oh, missed. Yeah, you need to be very deliberate about when you're using the fire flower there. Whoops. In order to hit the big bomb, and only the big bomb. And cut your way through the ice after that without losing too much speed. No, again, when there's an awkward pickup in a POW, that does throw everything off afterwards. Better. Back up out of this. Long bounce, short bounce. Ooh. And then... I didn't get a very good lean out of Yoshi because he was falling pretty much straight down. We need to fix up that trajectory in order to properly jump out of him over to the next segment. But that's the furthest we've gotten, just mounting on Yoshi, and then... at that point, we need to figure out how to lean out of that properly and get a much better drop angle after boarding the dinosaur. Oh, God. It took too much of a touch in that corner there. That threw everything off. When it comes to approaching the plants, the auto scroll will show very little mercy. Okay. Long, short. Long, long. No, we don't want to double tap the spin there. Yeah, I haven't quite figured out how to execute the Yoshi landing just yet in terms of getting on Yoshi and making sure we veer right with enough momentum to push him forward. It's definitely a button input issue to sort out there. Whoops. But we'll figure it out, I'm sure. Essentially, we want to get up onto the higher of the two platforms with enough distance to get a good half tile's worth of run towards the launcher, and then fire it nice and early. Oh, missed it. Really need to spam it at that point as we run over just to knock out all of the ice blocks. Caught in the corner, not good, and then, yeah, not good either. If you press too many times, then the risk is that you take out that bomb. This is one thing that we have to give it a lot of credit for, is that it's had some very inventive ways for you to fail, essentially. Like, there are a lot of very deliberately conceived traps here for being careless with your inputs, and I've been very impressed with some of the ideas. Like this bit here where you just tap the fire flower too many times and you have that risk of taking out your bomb platforms. Or like with the turn block segment after the swamp drop in the first section. The points of failure have been consistently interesting. Oh, no. We might even want to slide under that preemptively just in case, but... Well... See, I didn't previously have that problem, though. Nope. Not no momentum coming out of that. Yeah, you need a really good landing on that higher platform after grabbing the POW. So we have a nice smooth reversal. We're already kind of heading left and right. It's a bit late though. Nope, missed completely. Just a little off the diagonal, I guess. I'm a little bit late in this whole area. Yeah, I knew I was kind of behind the auto-scroll at that point anyway, so... The part of Yoshi you don't understand how to do it personally? Yeah, we'll figure that out. I've been able to get into Yoshi's back there, but we haven't had the right kind of angle falling out of it. And we'll try to catch that. Whoops. Chess Bunzo is going alright. Chess Bunzo. We'll talk about this later, but I signed up for World Cup, and so we'll see you there. Wasn't quite sure I'd make it this year, but haven't really done a big multi-day in quite some time. So yeah, I hope you had a good time in Albany. I was kind of following the tables in a couple of the games from afar. Wow, terrible momentum coming out of Piranha that time. We were backing into it a bit too much. Oh, you didn't go there. Okay, yeah. To Albany. I can remember. It was such a huge player roster. But I was totally lost as to what we're talking about. Chess Bunzo and I both played tournament Scrabble. And there have been a couple of big events recently. Some of them have been streamed typically on YouTube. But increasingly, live stream coverage has been a thing. Whoops, why are we spinning here? We don't need to be spinning. We need to drop in and get the Fireflower shot. Yeah, it's been pretty interesting, Chess Bunzo, to look at some of the rating tables sometimes and recognize, wow, these people who hang out on Twitch have been doing really quite well. You know, some of the people who kind of came in with Josh's stream in particular have just been rocketing up the standings. And clearly working on their game. So yeah, it'll be quite nice to do a big event for the first time in several years for me, so... And yeah, I'm playing Collins. I have not really properly studied for it, to be honest. But one of the reasons I was looking into World Cup to begin with was because there's a Collins Division B that's actually appropriate to my level, as in not too easy, but also not stuffed to the gills with world champion level players. No, we should not be spinning here. Hang on. Let's concentrate. Yeah, it's kind of funny that I'm playing Collins in this tournament, because I've actually been doing a lot more WoW 24 recently, and you would think that as the premier tournament for that lexicon, I'd play it since I'm more familiar, but I kind of had in mind for a while now that I wanted to do a big Collins multi-day, and so we'll see about that. Like I said, I haven't really studied. Although the funny thing is that recently in some of the games in the North American Lexica, I've been trying out words that got challenged off, but it turned out afterwards were actually Collins friendly, so we actually might see a bit more success in that respect. Oop, missed it. Yeah, like a few days ago, actually, I played this one here. It was practically laughed off the board. So we played it in the North American Lexicon, where, for those in chat, if you look at the bot, it has that little pound sign next to trilemma to indicate that it's only in the international dictionary when you play Scrabble, not in the North American only one. So it was practically laughed off the board when I tried it, but as it turns out, you can, in fact, have a difficult decision to make between 3 different choices, at least if you're not just in North America. Okay, finally, I got that cleanly. This was not clean enough. This was a problem. Yeah, because you kind of need to cut momentum before you hit that corner, and then you need to have full momentum again going into the piranha in order to get that jump, and so we've only really done that once or twice. And you're absolutely right, the trilemma was a good try. Okay. Let's try to straighten this out. Again, no spin here. Nice and accurate angle, and then we slow down a bit and then speed up again. Going into this, and then we are going to totally whiff it. Yeah, we just don't have the momentum control quite down yet in that segment. Let's try to get there as soon as we can on the auto scroll and not lose too much time. I feel like we can optimize the jumps between the sinking bullet blasters just a little bit better than we've been doing. Okay. No, we jumped off too soon. We actually did get the correct angle in Yoshi that time. But we're sort of still in thinking and spinning mode at that point. We actually had Yoshi going down at the correct angle. We jumped prematurely. But that's the closest attempt we've had yet. Slow down a bit here and then speed up. Long jump, short, long, short. Yeah, because we're doing so many of those repeated taps to switch between long and short jumps there, we're still kind of in that mode on the Yoshi landing, and that's a bit of a problem. We just need to have our finger off the button completely when mounting up. Nope, miss. Oops. Okay, let's get this angle down. Long, short. Nope. Overshot a little bit. I was thinking we needed to go long on the first jump because we previously were undershooting it, but might still not be very accurate. By time on the auto scroll, we get a better jump here. Oh, almost. Except not. Now here, we need to fire the shell pretty early on. And we're expected to take damage at that point to get knocked back down into Small Mario, just not that early. We're seeing a little bit more here, though, so... steadily making a bit of progress. Much easier than dealing with that key switch in the first segment, though. Like we're past the hardest point. We're behind the auto scroll here, though. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. Especially because, you know, being tall running towards that piranha, we don't have a lot of headroom for that initial spin jump. On the bottom row. Whoops. No, let's get crushed here. And yeah, just completely missed a landing on that first one. Like I was saying, I think we were getting a little bit pushed by the auto scroll at that point anyway, so we're definitely behind pace ever so slightly. Lots of infinitesimal room for improvement on many of these jumps. Whoops. Yeah, that's why I wanted the long jump on the first one. It's better to have a long jump and then kind of let up on it a little bit to make sure you make it over to the second block. Just a short bounce isn't going to do it, it seems. Okay. No. Yeah, so the issue there is that I'm jumping too early. I'm hitting a ceiling, and that is blowing up that entire movement. So we need to not go too early, but the momentum control there is a bit tricky. Just given the low height to work with. Oh, no, missed a shot. We were going a bit low in that jump anyway. So yeah, we've gotten as far as to jump off the Yoshi. We didn't get a clean jump off the Yoshi that would prevent damage. That's the main thing. We probably needed to go a bit lower. Maybe not. Actually, the issue was that we couldn't quite clear the column past the Yoshi that time, so we still have some issues to work out when it comes to that angle. I feel like we need to switch to a standard jump button when we get on Yoshi just to sustain the jump a little bit better. But we'll think about it when we actually get back to that obstacle so we don't spend too much time fumbling the easy stuff. Nope, nope. Didn't expect to miss. Okay, not too early. And nope, just completely missed the Yoshi that time. Interesting. We know that mounting up on the Yoshi while you're in a spin does get you the block breaking effect. That's something we've seen in a couple of other levels in the past. You do need to land accurately onto him. No. I think in part because we're taking that flash of damage, peeling off the fire flower on the way down, that's actually slightly throwing off some of my expectations for how to land on that lower piranha. Just with minor fluctuation in timing there. Nope. Once again, just failed the shot. We don't want to be doing a double shot from a stationary position. We need fireballs to be staggered, so... And a little bit of cleaning up to do in that moment as well. Missed. Oh. Oh, missed it. Nope. Need to fire that shot just a little bit higher than we've been doing. We've been undershooting that one quite a bit. Nope. I don't know why we did a spin there. I've made a mistake several times. And then let's grab that. Yeah, kind of a later shot than we've been doing, and then... Oh, no. Oh, maybe. That actually was survivable, but we're so late on the auto-scroll, I feel like we're too late to get over to the red Koopa at that point. RX7, welcome. Well, that's the cleanest attempt we've had coming off of the Yoshi, but the timing felt a bit late across the board. And while we survived the damage boost, past where the damage was relevant, it also felt like we took damage much too early, and that it threw off the timing that we would need to get any further. So let's... Yeah, once again, just hitting my head on the ceiling, because once again, we're just bunched up against the auto-scroll. Feels like you're really tight against the screen boundary at that point. I don't know if we can improve on that time-wise a little bit. Nope. Once again, we missed a shot. Might as well get the slide there. Actually, we were getting the damage boost exactly where we were supposed to, I think. But maybe we need to fire the shell a little bit earlier so we get to drop right away without stalling. The coin does tell you where you should be setting up, but... Yeah, you do need a pretty high bounce off the third block, though. Fullest bounce you can get. A lot of variation to the distances that you need to cover, block to block, so... You can't just depend on the same input for all of them. And we don't want to overshoot the piranha, but it's sinking down quite a bit at that point. And possibly even too low for us to catch the Yoshi properly, because we've been losing a bit of time at some point in there. There's always a little bit of awkwardness. Whoops. With that approach to the first piranha that gets you on top of the yellow turn blocks, there's always a little bit of uncertainty about how late we're doing that. Okay, let's get on this. No. Too early on that. Yeah, we don't want to be getting to the point where we get pushed by the screen boundary. At that point, it's kind of too late. But I mean, we need to improve quite a bit in this segment here. That's okay. Actually made it out. And then we missed the up pipe. That's the up pipe, that's the exit. We just need to not jump off Yoshi that prematurely. So in spite of the fact that once again we took damage too early, it is possible to survive that. We could have actually won on that attempt if we were a bit more careful about the Yoshi landing. Or again, we're still kind of very much in spin jump mode at that point, and so we were getting up off the Yoshi too soon. Well, I mean, we were nowhere close to the pipe. RX-7, man, we're just jumping off Yoshi way too early. And yeah, it's one of those that doesn't give you Divine as a bit of grace for entering, so whoops, don't want to do that. Not the time to juggle. But yeah, the second half feels like quite a different level than the first half, actually. It's like it's got its own separate concept. Whoops, missed a shot. It was a very packed level. Very inventive. Amazing that one team even got through it, and context of an 8-minute relay. Oh, no, forward throw. Yeah, so I don't know why mentally I'm thinking I'll get a bounce out of shell. It's obviously not a bounce, it's just a pickup. We've seen it many times. We have to land and take damage with it, which, you know, as unintuitive as it feels at first, is the way for it. And we just need a more accurate throw to the side to drop through the muncher as soon as we can. We probably want to be throwing earlier than I've been doing. A lot of little adjustments to jumps here, pulling back all over the place. Yeah, taking damage here is actually okay. Oh, except we took damage much too early that time. Taking damage there has sometimes been okay, but no, that was too early. The punchers do enforce that a bit. Whoops. Yeah, we need kind of a long bounce with controlled pullback on the first block. Then short, then definitely full long. Got caught in the corner once again. Positionally, we seem much better off this time in terms of having enough space from the auto-scroll, but that's not going to help if you missed a jump completely. I feel reasonably confident about this segment, though. There's no massive roadblock to the whole thing, the way there was with the P-switch in the first part. Just shy of the pipe. I was trying to make sure that we had enough distance forward with Yoshi that I could actually reach the bottom of the pipe, but as you can see, that was just a smidgen late. Closest attempt yet, though. Yeah, that's probably damaged us a bit too early. Oh. It's survivable, maybe, but we would need to maybe do a spin jump out of there to get up quickly. We should be doing a spin jump there anyway. Previously, we just hadn't noticed it popping ahead with the ceiling because we were still in an invincible state. But we should be doing a spin jump down low. Yeah, we have survived a couple of attempts with early damage. Because you just need to not stall in the muncher too long. You need to lower them if you throw early enough, as you were saying. And then, yeah, we kind of overshot, though, in terms of momentum. Otherwise, I probably could have made it. I mean, ideally, we just clear that jump off of the Yoshi. It's not 100% required, but the timing is a lot healthier if you manage to make it over the grinder. Yeah, RX-7 Man, you said you didn't see the first part, but this all looks doable even for you. Yeah, very much so. The first part has one segment that I found very technically challenging, which was a P-switch drop that you switch into a spin, and which we were very inconsistent about positioning, and so that was a problem that killed many attempts for a long time. I probably still couldn't do it consistently now, even after passing that. Whoops. But yeah, the first segment was more demanding in terms of the actual item handling. This part has been not so bad at all. It's not a lot of Kaizo technique or anything. It's just mostly just pulling back on the jumps well. And the timings have not been too sensitive. Oh, again, we wanted to spin jump there just to lower our head a little bit when we about to lose the invincible state. Yeah, there's a lot of subtle jump control in this level, but it's all very readable, so... Oh. And that's too late. You're saying you do like it when levels put hard stuff at the beginning as a gatekeeper? Yeah. Because then you're not, you know, past checkpoint and dealing with sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, but the first half took me quite a while. We've been on this level for most of this stream. I think this might have been the one that on a GDQ stream was cleared just at the timer by one of the teams, which is still extremely impressive when you see how tricky this can be in places. I mean, this segment, you know, I'm sure a lot of super expert players can read this segment blind just fine. It's not really an issue in that respect if you just know what you're pointing at, but the first segment I found technically quite a bit more difficult. Yeah, like I've been saying, we had this experience with the last GDQ relay patch from 2023 as well, where in that case there were 2 levels that were just massive roadblocks for us. It took a few hours to get through. Oh, too soon under that ceiling. Yeah, like I say, you know, it's partly the reading from a lot of experience from some of the top Kaizo players, but the thing that distinguishes them for me when I watch them is that they are very consistent about being able to repeat a difficult input sequence once they've figured it out, which means that they get practice time on the later parts of the level sooner, right? Whereas if you're not very consistent, and that, again, was the problem that we had in the first segment in this level, then it's harder to get to the point where you're trying to progress, because you're failing on stuff that you should have figured out already and have passed a few times already, and so... But you watch some of the really good technical players in this game, and when they get past something, more often than not, they can actually stay past it. And it makes a huge difference to how quickly they can learn the rest. Oops. We should not have picked that up. That was not intended at all. Kind of a late bounce off that this time. We're definitely feeling the difference in time. As long as we don't get pushed by the auto-scroll here, we're fine. Whoops. RX7Man, you're saying for you it seems like you need to learn the entire level by muscle memory? Yeah. As opposed to knowing each move by muscle memory and just putting the moves together. Yeah, in terms of just getting the whole sequence down so you don't need to think about it too much in terms of transition from one move to another. Oddly kind of reminds me of some practice advice that I've heard with people memorizing a lot of difficult sheet music is that you kind of want to break it down segment by segment and know how to start from scratch, like bar by bar. So, you know, you make sure you have one down by memory, you put your hands down off the instrument, learn the next part. And so you always are familiar with the feeling of keeping momentum if you feel like you're getting lost, and instead of losing all your memory as soon as you hit a snag. And it does make a big difference when you can actually take it segment by segment instead of depending on your momentum from the jumps that came before. Bit late and a bit high even with the spin, so yeah, essentially we want to still be in a damaged state there, so we just don't need to worry about a ceiling. That's the whole point of trying to clear that earlier jump with Yoshi, is that then you can have the flexibility to hit the ceiling. Whoops. Probably still could have made it. So yeah, we've had 2 attempts within range of that pipe at the exit, so... Oh, got a little trapped here. Just kind of hydrating for a moment. We have to use all our self-control to not hit start over by mistake. Nice and clean, almost. Not really. But we can probably make it, I was about to say, and then we just flubbed that jump. That would be a big oof, you're saying, if you restarted the level inadvertently? Yeah, but we've done it before. Many times. Not in this level, but... everybody who streams this game certainly has had that moment. Sometimes. Often. haven't really cleared that successfully. That's okay. Still a little bit short. Same mistake as last time, essentially. Just a little bit late on that Yoshi boon. Trying to get in position under that pipe. That's 2 times we've done that now. Saw it coming, too. It's okay, the important thing is that we're getting there and we can actually get the practice in. Yeah, because I've been concerned about jumping off Yoshi a little too far to the left. But we're going a bit too late as a result. Whoops, missed it. Yeah, we were overshooting that a little bit, and so I had some momentum issues after the shell throw. Because we have to back up a bit out of that. Again, it is possible to clear that jump past Yoshi. It makes things much easier. It's not absolutely required, though. Oops. No, we need to not hit the first platform. We know that. Whoops. Bad drop. Yeah, you're saying you're not known for making things much easier? Yep. Where am I? Oh, there we go. And look at that, it actually still didn't keep me damaged for long enough. I was so confident at that time that because we took damage so late that we'd be okay on that ceiling, but seems not. Since we actually cleared that jump. I guess because we threw the shell a little bit late, we stalled for a bit long, even after successfully making the jump over. It's okay, we'll get back there. And the up pipe is still the thing to deal with. Sometimes getting closer. We're making a couple of careless slips. Yeah, sometimes we're just jamming the spin jump a little too much, I think, including in that late platform after the shell switch. Whoops. Anyway, let's just get some of this mess out of our system and get back into a good attempt. Oh, no, once again. Can't always see when I'm going to hit that top block. That's not a consistency check for you. You guys need to fire pretty early. Get those bounces. On the fireballs, I was a little concerned about the screen pressure there. And if the screen is pushing you that hard, it probably means that a point of piranha is just too low to jump on anyway, so. That was way too low. It's okay, we'll just get back into position. I've been dying to some of the early stuff. Just need to get straightened out again. Yeah, sometimes having a really close attempt sort of leads to a temporary peak in progression that takes a while to recover, so... No, way off. For some reason, just really late in that spiny, and it's too far to the left. I don't know where we're losing time on that here. Might have been because we actually hit the on-off switch too soon. Like, there's maybe a reason that you can't do it too soon. But... we'll see. I haven't been looking very carefully at what gets the spiny and Koopa timing going there. And Leif Erickson fan, we are not running an open queue today. I do viewer levels here on this channel some of the time, but today we're just trying to get through the SGDQ set from this year's event. And judging by our pace here, that's likely what we'll be keeping with this weekend as well. Since this is clearly going to take maybe even 3 streams like we did back in 2023, because I know there's at least another big one coming. There was one level later in the sequence, number 10 out of 11, I think, by Big Red Boy, that was actually uncleared in a relay. It's much more on the Kaizo side, and so I feel like we'll definitely want to make time for it. And then Josh Bones had one in this year's set as well, and we know that we always have to make a sizable chunk of time for his as well. And so, at the current pace I'm going at, I'm thinking probably 3 sittings to go through content that was designed for a single relay event. We actually did get a clean jump with Yoshi that time, but didn't make much use of it. I was saying that this segment feels so much easier than the first one, but at the same time, we've actually taken quite a good bit of time on this one too. We are starting to slip a little bit. Okay. No, too early. I was thinking previously, well, we've been going too late on the Yoshi, but that time we were kind of going straight down with it. Didn't come anywhere close to the pipe. I think part of it, too, is just that, even though we've seen it in a lot of levels before, the spin jump into landing on Yoshi into the block break under Yoshi is, in terms of physics, still a little unfamiliar. In terms of just estimating what the bounce out of that is going to look like, right? So sometimes we're having a few issues just pointing correctly out of it. Still too early, as you can see. It's a very narrow window. That's the closest we've had yet, in that we've actually had Mario's head make contact with the pipe. It's just still too far to the left. It's a very tricky entry. Backed up out of that a little bit. There we go. Do we want to touch this? Not a fish. Okay. We got it. That took very long. But we made it, and actually, as a checkpoint, that reading on a time is not nearly as bad as I thought it would be, but that's because we spent, you know, about an hour and a half on the first segment. I'm just looking at the playlist from here and thinking about how we'll pace the stream from here, whether we have time to maybe attempt one more. But thank you for the GGs. Yeah, so one person cleared this before me. When we got into this, it was at about a 0.8 with 8 clears. I tanked that quite a bit. And let's see who's in the Hall of Fame so far. Yeah, Mr. Sparky, of course, was here earlier in the stream. Very adept player as well. Cleared it while we were chipping away. And of course, some of the first few clears from people involved in this year's set who would have had access to it nice and early. And yeah, Red and I was here earlier in the stream. He was asking us for the codes, actually. He's probably going to just catch up and outpace me over here, because he tends to get through these quite a bit faster. Now, let's see if we can maybe do one more. Oh, the next one is a Mozart one. That's Poke Piranha Playground. Let's take a look. I don't know if we'll necessarily stay long enough to finish it today, but we should push and put in an attempt while we can. And it looks like it might take us a lot longer than I can say today, then we'll postpone it. But we'll definitely have to break this up into more than one stream regardless. Possibly continuing tomorrow, since we have usually a pretty nice overlap between some of our regular viewers and some of the makers involved. So, Piranha Creepers are your friends, mostly. Good luck, Razors. Let's take a look. Oh, also, I'll punch in the code in chat. I haven't had to change it over in quite some time, so we weren't in the habit of doing so. But let's finally pin a new code. And get rid of that previous one. Just one moment, we'll get back into this. Oh, wall jumps over here. We just need to read this. Oh, we need to hit that shell. Yeah, of course.
Oh no!
Quite a lot to read here. We don't want to jump in front of it. We just want to let it ride and carry everything. This is the first 3D World one that we've seen in this set so far. So yeah, we'll just... Whoops. Hit the wall jumps accurately. After not having had to deal with wall jumps in quite some time today. Not a big deal, of course. Let's think about this sequence here, where we hit on off, and then what do? Bounce. Goomba Hat allows you to hit that ceiling, I guess, and take a moment of damage. That's checkpoint already. Great. Comparatively so much simpler. We need to land on the springs there once they drop in. There's a lot of mechanisms to read from side to side here on the first pass, so we'll get that done. This feels so relaxed after what we went through at the previous level. But nice jump on that unshelled Koopa. We'll need to get on the left blaster column and then over to Pokey Stack. So we just need to not be thrown off too much by some of the sort of implicit conveyor momentum here from the plants acting as conveyors. This is sort of interesting in that it's effectively doubling as a kind of conveyor belt mechanic. Now, how did that happen? Oh yes, that's right. We didn't kick the Koopa to the right, rather. To give myself a meaningful exit there. Yeah, Koopa has to be on shell to the right. You know that now from experience. And then, yeah, just not doing much momentum correction here. Not enough of it, rather, because you definitely start to feel the drag on the platforms when you're running right to left on some of those stacks. Now we just need a better landing there. On-off is going to then drop everything onto the next creeper. We'll get past the booze after that point. Oh. Down we go. Okay. Nice alternation there, except we bopped our head on the icicle right at the exit pipe. Maybe implicitly I was expecting the conveyor movement to continue there and didn't think about how the blasters had actually stopped. And so we just jumped straight up and then got spiked. It's already nearly out of the second segment, though. Let's go right. Sneaky icicle. I mean, it's just sitting there. It's not really sneaking up on anybody. If anything, we were sneaking up on it.
Oh no!
And ambushing it from entirely the wrong direction. Didn't like my momentum there. And that's what happens. And slip right off. We have the time to just kind of sit there and stall, to position ourselves properly in that ending. So we've been slipping off a little impatiently. I guess as a race level, it's designed in such a way that you do have some things that punish a bit of impatience. Alright, 7 men, you've got to take off and head to work tomorrow, yeah. Have fun with that. As much as you can. And thanks for joining us. No. Right side again, that spring. I don't know why we're hanging left. Okay. Oh, it backs up. I didn't think about that. Because the creeper does reach the end of its path and retract. So there is actually a bit of time pressure there. We can't just sit there. I didn't think about that. These are the creepers that do retract it. They're not the ones that freeze. These are the blue kind. So yeah, we do need to be careful with that reversal there. We can't just take forever to get into the pipe. We can kind of wall jump off the right side perhaps too. Position ourselves against the pipe a little bit better, but up pipe entries are never going to feel entirely clean. There we go. That went a lot better. Checkpoint 2. Best item in the game, the Goomba hat. But we do need to catch it and peel it off, so I think we have to catch it on the first jump. We can't do that additional jump. Because we have a moment of grace while we're in a damaged state to pick up next Goomba hat, perhaps? No, not really. Or maybe you need to do a bit of a wall cling as the piranha pulls you upwards. Not really. It doesn't work either. So maybe we just jump swiftly. We'll figure it out. Yeah, good. And then we need to short hop over. We're falling behind the auto scroll a little bit at that point, though. I feel like we've had some time issues. Yeah, we just need to land more accurately on the Goomba. We're coming in a bit low, perhaps. Yeah, it's not the damage state that needs to rush us through, we just need a height to land on it properly. Second bounce or third bounce? I'm thinking Maybe third bounce. But we're kind of off camera at that point, which tells me I'm going too slow. Yeah, because you're supposed to just leap off that entirely. You get enough leftward momentum to get to that wall jump right away, rather than having a bit of an additional ride down there like we're doing. Because the conveyor momentum from the creeper vine actually propels you quite a bit. You get quite a lot of momentum out of it, in fact. Seems like we're supposed to be able to make that leap. We'll be a bit more convinced when we actually achieve it. Whoop, and not get caught up in the corner, moreover. No, maybe we do need an additional jump there just to be safe. That's okay, we'll sort it out. There's a lot of leftward momentum there, though. That makes me think that maybe we can do it in one clean jump.
Oh no!
But that extra corner, and moreover the height required of the next small jump, suggests differently.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm heading forward a little bit too much there. Definitely concerned about the height that we can get off that wall.
Oh no!
Need to go much higher against it. Merlin, welcome. It has been a while. Ooh, okay, there's multiple bounces again to get around this spike. But we're way off screen at that point, so we're definitely behind a scroll somehow. We're behind a scroll that tells me should actually be to jump off of this Goomba. That we need to do nice and quickly. And yeah, Merlin, we've been well. Still playing this game, as you can see. We're way off at that point. There's some momentum that we need to be picking up on some of these jumps here to cut corners, essentially, that we're not always getting in order to stay in view. It's apparent to me that this first jump is absolutely necessary, for instance. I don't know what we're landing on at that point. We can't see it, so we're definitely losing time on something here where we're supposed to get tons of momentum. Yeah, maybe shaving that by one jump before we get into the wall jump will help. Yeah, we need to beat the camera at this point. That's the main problem we're running into. That's a lot better, except... Oh, actually, you can get on the base of the vine. I rarely ever see that. That you can get on top of the base of the vine. That simplifies things slightly when it comes to the angles that we need. I think intuitively I knew that, we just rarely ever see it required. Whoops. Yeah, and so you can do second bounce on that one. And then we can cut as many bounces as we can, then we stay ahead of the camera scroll. Nope, missed it. And if you don't stay ahead of the camera scroll, you might as well not bother, because it will outpace you. No, we need to fly left. Well, I left and then did we crash into the wall jump? I think we do. Well, we'd need to take damage anyway, so. This is a fun segment. Very unique. I mean, also quite a change from how the creepers were being used in segments 1 and 2. Yeah, maximum momentum off of that. Very satisfying to get it. Oops.
Oh no!
Love the wall jump a bit. Oops.
Oh no!
We do know that we want to wall jump off the second bounce on that one. Nope, missed it. Yeah, you do need the immediate wall jump off of the Goomba pickup. No, that's going to be a timing issue. Maybe we can catch up a bit. If we're able to cut the right corners, but it seems not. I always describe the Goomba mask as the best item in the game, and we always see such inventive uses of it. I mean, here it's just a bit of a damage gate, but still the perfect item for these purposes. Oh, just overshot completely. Losing our grip on this a little bit, but we were doing well up to that point. About as well as we could have. Oops. Oops, just slipped off the corner there, as it was going slightly off screen. We know what to aim for. Nope. It's starting to slip a little bit. Controller's gonna need a good wipe down after this. Okay, shit, that jump a little bit better this time. Oh, no. Wrong button. Yeah, we do need to boost to the left. I don't know if we want to hit the wall into the wall jump or just drop into it. I think we want to hit the wall. We'll have to figure it out with the bullet. Because you're going to take damage off of it anyway, so... Oops.
Oh no!
Nope.
Oh
We
no!
were actually coming in a little bit low. Now, the fact that we're coming in low tells me that we don't want to drop with the bullet at all. We do want to
Oh no!
just hit the wall with it, like we've been doing. Run, welcome. Yeah, Merlin, you were saying earlier you're surprised to see them still going with this game. Oh yeah, we always have new content to come back to with Maker. I don't play it as frequently as I used to, but we've still got
Oh no!
a pretty good running supply of content that keeps us interested. Even after several years. And yes, this is the 3D world theme in Mario Maker 2. There are some things about it that are actually quite different from real 3D world, apart from the fact that it's side-scrolling. You know, mechanical differences in the game. But 3D world in Mario Maker 2, though, has been really its own game for the 6 years that has been active, though. It's kind of like a glimpse into a 2D Mario game that never was. Yeah, we need to jump as high as possible with the bullet so we can actually catch the wall jumps and then head up to the Goomba hat up top. That looks like a difficult reach, height-wise. Nope, too far.
Oh no!
As high as possible.
Oh
Yeah, that's the problem, is that we don't seem to be getting enough height on the wall jumps to get up to Goomba. It tells me that I might be bursting to the left, boosting to the left rather a little too late with the bullet, where we might be getting too much of a drop upon picking it up. We kind of need to boost to the left immediately upon picking it up, so we need to hold jump and left, you know, pretty much heading into it. Because somewhere along the way we're losing about a tile worth of height. Either that or we just need to be faster about all the wall jumps so we can actually get to the Goomba hat. Maybe on the way out of that wall rather than in. But we'll see. That's definitely one obstacle that I don't know how to resolve yet, just why we're coming in so low in the Goomba. Maybe we're sliding a bit too much on the wall jumps. That's sometimes the case, that we just don't make contact with the wall jumps very crisply. We've had lots of issues with that before in other 3D World and NSMPU levels.
Oh no!
Yeah, not as cleanly around the corner as we like to do usually, but maybe we can make up for it
Oh no!
elsewhere. Not on that attempt, though. Nope, slipped off the edge. Yeah, we can still see that knob that we're landing on at the base of the vine. On camera, it means that we're still relatively on pace, though, I think. As to point the camera isn't the issue, it's wall jump after the bullet. Got it. Hat bell. Oh no, we need to dive through it. Yeah, I thought it was a climb, but we actually need to dive through that to the left. I mean, I didn't really have a chance to process this. Merlin, what does SGDQ stand for? Summer Games Done Quick, the major speedrun conference. The summertime edition of Awesome Games Done Quick, SGDQ. And at both of the GDQ speedrun festivals, the Mario Maker 4-on-4 relay race has been a fixture ever since Mario Maker 1, actually. It was off in 2024, but it is back this year. The run was actually on the GDQ stream earlier today, or yesterday in European time. There we go. Punched right through it. That's the input. GG on the Peepas. Yeah, a lot of familiar makers in this whole set, too. This is definitely the last one we're doing today, though. My hands need a break, my controller needs a break. The last level before this one was the one that really kind of wore us down. But we're at 5 out of 11. There are some other hard levels coming that may take a bit of a grind as well, but we'll continue this at the next opportunity. We might actually continue GDQ instead of the usual viewer level program tomorrow, since there's a bit of overlap between this and some of the regular attendees, and I really do want to get the whole set out of the way in relatively short order, because we do have to make room for Donkey Kong late next week. So we'll see. We'll determine just what kind of streaming time we're able to afford this week, and we'll program things in accordingly. But very likely we'll have a continuation the next day. 5 out of 11 down, including 2 of the extended cuts in levels 2 and 3. And this has been a really quite pleasant experience, as always. And quite an insight into just how much cleaner the runners on a GDQ stream actually play compared to the kind of read-through that we do over here. But I'm glad we've taken our time to really appreciate the levels properly and take failure as an excuse to smell the roses and look at all of the nuances they put in, because conceptually this has been a very strong set indeed, as we've come to expect. So that'll be all for today. More Mario Maker is to come. And yeah, Merlin, thanks for dropping by, even if it was a short time in this level. We have, if you haven't been here in a while, as some people have not, we've moved our VOD archive over to YouTube at this point, since Twitch kicked thousands of hours of archives off of Twitch. But that's where these levels will go as well, usually within the day. And we will pass you folks off somewhere else. Probably to Red Knight if he's running the set as well, but we'll take a look around and see how things are going. So, thanks for watching, thanks for joining me, especially through the hours-long grind through Ellie's level earlier in the sequence. And we'll pass you on to even more Maker, probably, in just a moment. As always, have a wonderful time with everything you may be playing, or making, or looking forward to in any respect. And fare thee well.